All right, everyone get in quickly, because we've got 6 hours of this. Oh yeah, that means we can run Lower Blackrock Spire at least 5 times. Maybe even, I don't know, like maybe 6 if we run really quickly. Probably not 6. 5, definitely. 4, 3 easily. Why not 12? Because it takes like an hour to do. Hang on, I'm doing Instagram. Stop distracting me. I'm doing marketing. Let me market. Right. I've marketed now. I'm a professional. Just run really fast. Anna, you know what? Oh my God, Anna, thank you. Anna out here giving advice like the Flash. Didn't realize you were Barry Quickfeet. I forgot the Flash's name. What's the Flash's name? It's Barry something, isn't it? Speedy Barry? Fast Bazzer? Barry Allen, that's the one. Sorry, his name escaped me. Much like the Flash does. Barry Quickfeet. He could be called that. Oh, DVD. Oh, that was nearly the corner. It was very close. You like my new helmet? Thank you very much. It is that. So I've actually been remarkably lucky with some drops recently. You know what? I'm going to even put the camera on right now. There you go. It's right there. There you go. I've got your stream on the big TV so the boys and I can cheer when the DVD hits the corner. Raven, when you say the boys and you, I'm either picturing like a parent and some young children, or I'm picturing like 30 lads from the local sports team, the local uni, all just gathering round, beer in hand, waiting for the DVD logo to hit the corner. The boys are all there. Well, good morning to you and the boys. The full-on sports team, the sports ball. That's what you got. 10 of us celebrating your mate's 30th. We're doing it. All right, what's his name? I'm putting it on the screen right now. What's his name? It's going on. I'm adding it to the title of the stream for the rest of the day. You're not getting away from this. Raven, what's your mate's name? Jesse. Jesse. Let's sort this out. Give me a second. All right. Happy 30th, Jesse. There you go. It's on the screen. It's going to be on there for the rest of the 6-hour stream. It's not going anywhere. Happy birthday, Jesse. Can we get some happy birthday Jessies in the chat, please? Visa, this has got to become a clip. The title of the clip is just going to be happy birthday, Jesse. I want every single comment on Facebook to literally just be happy birthday, Jesse. There we go. Cool. We've even got it in the game as well. Oh, this is what it's about. This is exactly what it should be about. Right, sweet. Okay, let's play some Warcraft. Jesse, many happy returns. I hope you're doing whatever you want to do for the day. It's your day. Do whatever you want. Hunter man. You know, it's your day. Everything's legal. Police can't catch you. They arrest you. Just say it's my birthday. They've got to let you go. Little thing. Randren, thank you very much. Randren gifting out 10 subs for Jesse's birthday. They're all for Jesse. Jesse just gifted out 10 tier 1 ad blockers to the community. What a beautiful way. Hunter man, this took a turn. You can do whatever you want. You can get yourself a little Colin the Caterpillar cake. You steal a helicopter. You can walk around Waitrose and not even buy anything. You know what you can do that's legal? You can go into a supermarket, put stuff into a trolley, walk around, then just leave the trolley and leave. Like, it's not moral, but it's legal. And that, I think, shows the breakage within our society. Jesse, you've got me talking philosophical already. You know what? For this, hang on. Okay, that was a close DVD logo corner. It is kind of messed up. That's the point. I'm highlighting the issue with our modern society. Like, when you're walking around a supermarket, you can just take things out of other people's trolleys. It's not illegal. There's no law against that. You shouldn't do it. But you can. Hang on, let's see if this DVD logo hits the corner. This is looking remarkably close. It was close. It wasn't perfect. It was close, though. All right. Well, Jesse's going to have to be content with the 30th there. That's how I shop. I don't make any choices for myself walking around the supermarket. It's actually much easier to wait for the supermarket to come to you. There are things called unwritten laws, but unwritten laws aren't worth the paper they're printed on. So you can just... Here's a hot, unethical life pro tip. What you can actually do to make shopping easier is you can literally just stand at the start of the shop and pick things out of people's trolleys as they go past you before they've paid. It turns shopping into basically like a buffet. That can work. Don, thank you very much for all the gifted subs. That's very, very kind of you. Good morning, Juju. Welcome to the stream. Right, let's play things. Let's do Lower Blackrock Spire. Anyone up for Lower? It's not evil, Cam. I mean, it's unethical. That's true. You have a gift for me that will aid me on my journeys. I see. Mr. Tita, it's the Cement Man. What's up, Mr. Tita? Okay, Lower Blackrock Spire. Who's up for LBRS? Blackrock Spire that goes down low. Sorry for the caps lock, didn't mean that. Ethics are like guidelines. The only reason we have rules is because people can't be trusted to act ethically. If so, can DPS can heal you. Asana, you keep us healed. Beautiful. Why is this person fighting that person? Right. Who's healing? If so, can Deeps. Level 54 is good. It is now. And who else is coming with us? Dake, I'm guessing you're doing healing. And Isa, you're doing healing. Need a tank and DPS for Lower Blackrock Spire. Oh, we've got a tank there, Griff Pala. Just need a DPS then. We need some deep. There's no school tomorrow, Copic. It's true. That's not even a lie. Straight up not a lie. Tom, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. 60's probably too high. It is not. Lower Blackrock Spire goes up to 60. Which works really well. Maybe not 61. Okay, so Eero is going to be able to... There we go. We can try. We'll give this a go. Right, yo. We can try. It shouldn't be. Let's try. Let's find out. On the verge of TBC and Outland. I am closing in. You guys don't understand how much grinding I'm doing. Wait, who's healing? Isa and you are. I think. Josh, where do I acquire my mead from? There are a couple of companies in the UK. There is Dragonforge mead, there is Nidhogger mead, and there is Lindisfarne mead. They're all pretty good. Yeah, they'll all work. You're glad there was no school today or yesterday or tomorrow. You are 33. Lily, I'm glad of that as well. You know one thing that they don't tell you about as you get older?
Be careful.
One day, you will wake up for some reason super convinced that you need to get up and get ready for school. That's what'll happen. You'll wake up and you'll be like, oh my goodness, I need to get ready for school. It's late. I've got maths and science today. And it will take you a moment before you actually fully wake up until you realize that you are 35 and you haven't had school in the last 20 years. That for some reason happens. You know, the best thing about school was and this is honestly what I realized when I stopped. When I wasn't employed for a while and when I didn't have school, I learned one important thing. I don't know what day it is. My understanding of the day was basically based on what was happening at work and what was happening at school. When you are unemployed for a length of time, days do not matter anymore. And someone will go to you, oh, why are you doing that? It's Saturday. You're like, I have no idea. I used to know exactly what day it was because I would wake up and I know exactly what lessons I had at school and what friends I would be seeing. And then sometimes it happens in work, unless work is the same thing all the time forever. And now I'm a Twitch streamer and every day just feels like a Tuesday. When I say feels like a Tuesday, like it's not Monday, it doesn't suck. You know, the day isn't awful. It's not Friday, everything's not amazing. But I think Tuesday is a fine day. There are a couple of jobs where you just don't need to know what day it is. It's because you don't go outside. Yeah, that's true. BTD, you don't go outside. There have been weeks where I've just spent my time in my house. Just straight up weeks of being here, the whole time. Have I ever visited Lindisfarne? I have not. I know that you can, but I have not. Okay, so Eero, you'll be DPSing. Griff is tanking. Dayak and Isana, I think, are both healing. So this should be fine. We've got two good healers here. What up, Josh? Stop flexing your streamer privilege to us plebs. I'll flex it as much as I want, alright? I'll tell you about my streamer privilege. Streamer privilege is great fun, right up until you need someone to take what you do seriously. That's what it is. It's fantastic to have YouTube, Twitch, content creation, influencing as a job. Right up until you're talking to someone who you recognize as an adult and they ask you what you do. Because when you explain what you do to someone who's a bit geeky and a bit nerdy and a bit cool, they're like, oh my god, that sounds amazing, that's so cool. And you're like, yeah, it kind of is. And then you're talking to someone who's like an actual adult and they're like, so what are you employed in? What's your career? And you go, I'm a Twitch streamer. They go, oh, video games. I'm like, yeah, do you play games? They're like, no. And then all of the conversation topics immediately end. Because I'm like, well, I can't bond with you. I'm sorry, I can't explain what I do to you. Like, it took me a while to explain... When I was attempting to buy a house, it took me a while to explain to the people whom were selling me said house what I do. Because I don't think any of them understood. I think they all thought I was trying to give them like a jazzed up version of unemployed. And I was like, yes. So they looked at me, they're like, so you play video games all day? Yes. And you don't have any specific employer beyond yourself? Yeah. And you don't technically legally work for Amazon? No. Or Google or YouTube? No. So Mr. Hayes, you're coming to me and you're saying, I do nothing but play video games all day. I'd like to buy a house. You can understand why we are doubtful. Doesn't that count as an artist? So the UK, whenever you're trying to fill in stuff online, has like a crazy amount of potential drop-down menus. And all the drop-down menus have every single possible job that you could have. Ooh, hang on, let's... Travel to Blackrock Spire, meet Scenaria, do the thing, kill, destroy the source of the Warg Menace. I'll accept this quest, but I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, playing video games is not accepted, but influencer who makes TikToks, that's a big one. Oh man, if I could be a TikTok influencer. Now, eventually, I just say that I'm a consultant. Thank you, there we go. Motorhead gets it. You just say you're a consultant, and then everyone stops asking questions. It's definitely it's a vibe, though. But I'm very privileged. I'm very lucky to do what I do. I love doing what I do. Okay, so by the way, guys, we need to talk about my armor set because it is improving pretty substantially. For those of you who weren't here, I ran Lower Blackrock Spire twice yesterday. And I've put proof of this on the Discord. If you're not on the Discord, join the Discord. There's proof of it there. The reason that I ran Lower Blackrock Spire off stream is because when I'm doing it on stream, I want to be able to focus on the chat and I need to understand the dungeon. So we ran Lower Blackrock Spire twice. We got the ultra rare epic dragon lair lord ring from the final boss twice. That is a 1% chance drop. And we got it twice in a row. And I have posted visual proof of this because I took screenshots on the Discord. But this is what my armor is currently looking like. I've got the Savage Gladiator helm, which is combining with the Savage Gladiator chain chest. So we're getting a little set bonus from that. We also got the first drop of the Bracers of Valor. So we've got one of the Valor set, which is pretty bloody good. And then we've also got, what else happened that was decent? We've got the Thrash Blade and the Flurry Axe. So we've got two good weapons, both with Crusader enchants. We've got a good helmet, a good chain. We're basically ready. You know, we're good. I could tell people that ask about my job that I'm an adult entertainer because I do entertain adults. People think that means sex work. It could just mean playing World of Warcraft. Because, you know, the kids are off doing cool stuff. This is just us hanging out. I wanted to say it's streamer privilege, but you're doing it off stream, so I'm confused. It's... Okay, let's ask a genuine question. Let's really put this up to the vote. I do not think that I have a streamer client. And by that I mean, when I launch the executable to play, World of Warcraft Classic, The Burning Crusade, I do not think there's any kind of shady maths going on in the background. Because I don't think Blizzard would know exactly who's launching the client, but they would, of course, know who logs into it. I don't think the streamer client is a thing that exists. However, let's think about this for a minute. Let's imagine that you are Blizzard. If you are Blizzard and you know that there is a streamer with a viewer base playing your game, would you manipulate the chance for them to get higher drops? Because if you did that, you are generating more hype moments. And you are generating more clips, and you are making the stream more exciting, which means people are going to watch it more. Would you, if you had the ability to make a streamed bit of your content and your game more exciting, would you do it? Like, I know that streamer clients can exist for gacha games, and not necessarily as in they are guaranteed to get the drop, but as in they are using money from a different source. Yes, thank you. BTD mentioned the gacha games as well. Now, if it is a thing that they have done, like, I'm not going to complain. You don't think they do, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. It's one of those things where we're like, Blizzard proved they can manipulate the game in real time. Yes, Zar, you got double Thunder Fury just before TBC launched. Now, obviously, they're going to want to make sure that he does get that, because that's going to make a hype moment. It's going to get shared around. It's going to look super duper cool. So, okay, this is the wrong summoning stone for Lower Blackrock Spire. We need to be in the other place. Right, we can't summon you, Griff. You are too high a level, which may end up being an issue, but we'll find out. Blizzard employee banned a priest on a PvP server for dispelling world buffs from his favorite streamer. Right, so this is the wrong summoning stone. I believe we need to be at one of the gates on the outside, I think, because we're doing Lower Blackrock Spire, which I think is somewhere else. Right, let's go toward where Lower Blackrock is. Correct me if I'm going the wrong way, by the way. You're a first-year student starting to think about what I chose may not be for me. Don't feel excited about what they make us do or talk about. Is this normal? My Paris says everyone goes through a period of uncertainty in uni. Did your parents go to uni? Because if they didn't, they can't really say what people did or did not do. Now, if your parents are saying that everyone goes through a period of uncertainty in uni, while I am not saying your parents are necessarily wrong, what do they wish they did? Did they wish they had changed around at the last moment and had done different things? Upper and lower are the same dungeon, just different paths. Right, so how do we get to... Do we have to go up again, up there? Or do we jump this way? I think we jump this way, don't we, from the chain? Gotcha. If you are doubting what you have done in uni in the first year, that is a great time to change if you want to. The first year of uni is not just, you adapting to uni. It's the uni seeing if it's right for you as well. It's very important for you to... This is a give and a take. You have to understand that the first year, a probationary period works both ways. It's totally okay for you to say, hey, I've tried this, you know what, I've decided it's not for me. Cham just lying out dead on the side there. It's okay for you to do that. It's not a locked-in thing. Let's be fair, the first year of uni is pretty much just designed to get you acclimatized to uni and get you to the second year. It's the second and third year that really count as far as the marks go. Right, I think we are almost good to go. Yeah, you have buddies who changed like 3 or 4 times. You can change as many times as you... Well, I'm not saying as many times as you want, but you do have the ability to change. Also, are they evaluating the subject you're learning or the method of learning? Yeah, because you could like the subject but hate the method. You could love the method but hate the subject. There's different ways of doing this. Right, Ero's here, Griff's here. Who are we waiting for now? We're waiting on Day, and we're waiting on Isana. The quest next to you is good as it leads into a lower Blackrock Spire quest. Oh, do you mean this one down there? I'll get it at some point. Right now, I'm just bothered about grinding the dungeon for a bit, to be honest. But the first year is also you adapting to the uni, adapting to the lifestyle, adapting to the professors, adapting to all of that. And don't feel bad about doubting things, because doubting things is part of the process of analyzing and of learning. You're going to uni in order to learn how to critically think about things. And if you're going to critically think about anything, critically thinking about your enjoyment, your experience, your future, your general kind of foundation that you're laying there with that, that's a good thing to critically think about. And if the ultimate conclusion you come to is, I have decided to change, that's fine as well. You are learning what you don't like, which is super important too. The first year of uni, I genuinely believe, is to put people through an experience where they have to live normally on their own, away from parents, away from friends and family, or they have to live in halls with other people and learn how to socialize and learn if the general experience is for them. Because uni's not for everyone. Wait, people go to college to do other stuff other than party. I mean, I went to a performing arts college, so I can't really talk. We didn't. But it is entirely possible to do other stuff. Okay, so Ero, I believe, is... Who's tanking? Tanking is Pala. Right, Griff Pala. I'm going to put the little square on you so we always know where you are. And for tactics, if we need any, skull, then cross. Pull slowly. Group and AoE. We got this. Good afternoon, Bowser. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Hopefully you're having a lovely day. I will be on my buffing and debuffing build right now. Not too bothered about doing super huge single target damage because we have a really good mage with us. So we're doing buff and debuff. Okay, let's just do this then. Let's get ready with the buff and the debuffs. Nice to catch a stream on this fine day. It is a lovely day so far. We're having a good time. We're debuffing the enemy, we're keeping our tank alive, we're smacking down the enemies as we go. I also gained more than half a level, which is excellent. Gaining more than half a level is, personally, I think, lovely. Yeah, if your country's getting into college is a privilege, that's also true. Like, if you have to evaluate how difficult what you are trying to do is. Now, there are countries where getting into college itself is an incredibly difficult thing to do, and changing courses is seen as a level of failure, which it really shouldn't be. But I understand that not every country and not every family has the privilege of being able to say, I don't like this, I'm going to change. Is the blue sweeper brush a new thing? It is indeed. I decided to clean the ceiling at the same time. The problem is that I've worked in a warehouse, which means I've got these saying, if you've got time to lean, you've got time to clean, ingrained in my head. It's classic warehouse humor. If you're wandering around annoyed too much, if you're walking too much from place A to place B, a supervisor will tell you, I guarantee, if you can shove a mop up your ass and clean the floor at the same time. That is what will happen. Now, I don't think... Hello, Apollo. I don't think we need to go down here, but I'm following the tank anyway. The guy who was responsible for making Path of Exile, Chris Wilson. YouTube video about that. His advice to get into game dev was make a simple game. Yes, just make a simple game. If you want to... If we're having a game dev chat right now, and your question is, how do you get into game dev? Make the simplest game you can. Then make a slightly more complicated one, then a slightly more complicated one. Go in... It's a process. Follow the process. Do not, please good lord, do not attempt to make an MMORPG as your first game. If there is one bit of advice, it is that. Do not do an MMORPG. We're doing lower Blackrock Spire. Where's that Spellbinder? Kill this Spellbinder first, because this guy is going to be the one that ends up irritating everyone. Then the Legionnaire. Even simple games. Sometimes limitations breed creativity. Therefore, the more you limit yourself on what you can and can't do, the more you're going to find ways to make what you have got work. And that's a very important thing to do. Aim small enough that success leaves you hungry for more. That's the best way of doing it. This way, guys. Hero. We're just waiting for Hero. I'm not going to leave them, don't worry. I'm at the beach, mate. Stop streaming. Ah, SD. SD, tomorrow will unfortunately become the day that you learn that things happen when you aren't there. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Right, so what we want to be doing, guys, is killing that bro just there. Griff, you let me know when you are ready. You drop down. If we're not doing that, we're killing that bro just there. Your words about enjoyment of games and the experience made me realize I was optimizing my own life. X, I'm glad that you're enjoying stuff now you've stopped optimizing it. It's always a good way of looking at it and discovering new things. It's always nice. People naturally do. We naturally do want to optimize the things that we do. We want to feel like we're not wasting time. We want to feel like we're doing the right thing all the time. Because time is valuable. We keep getting told you, time's the biggest thing we've got. It's a super valuable thing. We've got to make sure we're using it as efficiently as we possibly can. But during your own free time, you're under no obligation to create shareholder value. You are under no obligation to do anything other than experience and have fun for yourself. And sometimes the way you have fun and way you experience things isn't by being super duper efficient. I'm going to be honest, it very rarely is. We're killing this Legionnaire first. There we go. I do hope my buffs and debuffs are helping. I think they should be. I've not gone full DPS yet because we're not on the bosses. But as soon as we get to the bosses, full DPS. Optimizing the fun out of a game is a trap we all fall into at some point. Oh no, we got the bracers again! I've already got the bracers of valor. Ugh. Already got them. It's a bind on equip drop. Anyone need them? Priest, paladin? Then I'll need them. Go for it. They're all yours, my bro. You take them, you use them. Do I need to go back to Brussels anytime soon for more stop killing game stuff? Probably. I've got a lot of stuff going on right now. A lot of meetings. A lot of important marketing people to talk to. A lot of stuff going on. A lot of things. It's been good. There's been a lot of things that have happened recently. I think because I've picked up Twitch streaming more than YouTubing at the minute. Companies are reaching out because here's the thing. I am learning that, and I'm still obviously progressing through this and learning. Oh my goodness, thank you for the raid. We have been raided by Photon Hydra. That's very kind of you. Here's what I am learning. I am learning that YouTube is very valuable for companies that want to have long-term success. Now, it sounds silly. You'd think every company wants long-term success. But actually, not every company thinks that way. Some companies think in the next quarter. Because imagine this. If you're employed by a company and your job is to, increase company profits, your biggest focus is the next quarter's profit. Because then you can just say, hey, I made this happen. So companies that want long-term stuff, that care about, 5 or 6 years in the future, they tend to go for YouTube adverts. But companies that really care about 1 or 2 campaigns, the next campaign, they go for Twitch streams, because a Twitch stream has an immediate impact on their project. If you work in marketing, you'll understand what I mean. If you work in marketing and you are assigned to run or to handle a project, all you care about is the numbers of that project. And if you put out a YouTube advert, then the numbers for that project might slowly go up over the next 2 or 3 years, but they're not going to go up over the next 2 or 3 months as much as you need them to, which is where Twitch comes in. So companies have noticed that I'm doing Twitch more, and they've said, hey, you now have a lot of value to our next 2 to 3 months. You are suddenly super relevant to the next quarter, which means we will now want to work with you and give you some of the bigger campaigns and the bigger stuff and the bigger things that are going on. So I have increased my market value to companies who care about the next quarter pretty substantially. And what that means is that I'm able to do so many more meetings and do so much more stuff. Now, this was asked about whether I'm going back to Brussels or not. I would love to be able to go back to Brussels and do some more things. But the amount of meetings and the amount of projects that I am suddenly being courted for have increased pretty substantially. And T-Rad says, hey, happy birthday, Jesse. You are 35 today. It's multiple people's birthdays. This is beautiful. It's a double birthday stream. Josh, did you already prepare to plan on what you will do when World War III happens? BTD, yes, I have actually. I've discovered that if you jump at the exact correct angle into the corner of my house, you can clip out into unreality. And I'm just going to kind of wait there for a bit. That's my plan. So yeah, I spent some while trying to no-clip through my house. Turns out you can do it. Photon Hider says it's your birthday too. Right, someone's lying at this point. Jesse, you were special. Jesse was special for a while. Jesse got his name on the birthday list. Unfortunately, it does seem that that has now been minimized. Why am I unable to make it to here? I did this yesterday. I literally did this yesterday. It was super easy. There we go. Do you need uppies? I mean, I wouldn't say no from a Draenei, but okay. Not me. April. Oh my, 31 years old. My God, you're basically ancient. At this point, your job is to serve as a warning. Right, Spellbinder, you go down. Let's get everyone destroyed. So, tank, just let me know. Me using all of my debuffs on the enemy. I'm not doing as much damage right now as I am focusing on debuffs. Is it noticeable? I'm just trying to completely slow down the enemies, increase your health, decrease their health, all that jazz. It should be noticeable because the enemies should be doing way less damage and they should be attacking slower. Now what I really need from this is more bits of the Valor set. You're 31 with 3 kids, you're a boomer and a half. God damn. Wow. It's over for you, pretty much. I'm sorry, it's totally over. Civ says stuff. You were the one who picked the best of Dark Souls highlights. I tried to make as much Dark Souls stuff as I could, and I probably will return to it in the future. I do need to get back into doing fitness streams. You know what I might even do? Once I've moved house again, which has proven to be an absolute ball ache, what I might do is I might set up a bit of a fitness gym kind of thing. And in the recording studio room, wherever I stream from, and the first hour of any stream could just be fitness. Like, it could be an hour of, you know, bicep curls, bench press, some tricep extensions, stuff like that, some shoulder raises, some lat pull downs, whatever we're doing. And then we go into, like, 6 hours of Warcraft. That keeps it fair, keeps it healthy. You know, the first hour is effectively the warm-up for it. Because I don't like the idea of perpetuating the gaming stereotype of guy sits and plays Warcraft for 7 hours a day. Which, unfortunately, I'm very much perpetuating right now. I would like to find a way to fit fitness into... after an hour of bicep curls, do you intend for your arms to be intact? No. That's why I've trained my gaming hands to only need the muscles. Not even in my wrists, just entirely... My tendons actually have tiny little micro muscles on top of them now. Just for the little tiny micro movements of what I need to do over here. I don't need anything beyond that. I will slowly become a muscular WoW player. That is my plan. They've adapted to my WoW rotations. Yes, they have. Just 1 hour dead hang. Every morning, every single day when we do a WoW stream, just dead hang for an hour. Just to train up the old wrist muscles. Or walk on your walking mat while you play WoW after the first hour of warm-up. I can do that as well. I've got the walking mat underneath the desk right now. Okay, so you have gone 440, no Dragon Axe and no Berserker Ring. Soon, right? I don't know what to tell you, mate. Every single drop in the game is 50-50. You either get it or you don't. And unfortunately, if you've gone like dry for 440 runs, have you ever considered that maybe fate just doesn't want you to have that? You start with the idea that it sounds great, but at the end you do nothing but game WoW. Yeah, we could do that. Don't worry. No, don't worry. In terms of doing anything you could say you think you do, but you don't. Yes, exactly. Guys, I want to be fit. And you're all going, you think you do, but you don't. Yo, you are a quest giver that I can now accept the quest of. Fantastic. Right, give me a weird scroll. Let's go. Warframe did that to me, trying to get Mesa Prime and Zachary. Look, at some point, if you go... Because I got the Epic Dragon Ring from Lower Blackrock Spire. A 1% drop chance. Twice in a row. Now, that's 1% times 1%. I've got 2 Savage Gladiator chains. You have to accept that at some point, fate just wanted me to have them. Is Lineage 2 on my list for worst MMOs ever? Yes, the list contains every MMO I haven't yet played. It's a long, 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 long list. And MZ got the Hand of Justice. That's a good point. We don't talk about that, all right? Why would you make me sad? I was in a great mood. I was having fun, I was hanging out, I was talking about stuff, and you were like, yeah, and also MZ got something that you wanted. Thanks. Thanks, guys. I'll just go cry. Now, all right, that's a negative, okay? And now I need 2 positives to make up for that. The video about mental health and hate online was insightful. In my youth, I used to say dumb things and mean things for no reason. Regal, we all do the folly of youth, all right? The problem is that youth is wasted on the young. If we need to have the ability to reflect on ourselves and to improve. I speak about this quite often, but I think the ability to connect to the entire world anonymously may not necessarily be the greatest human achievement of all time. Because even though it is an incredible technological feat, it has shown us one of the biggest flaws of humanity, which is when you give someone complete, unfiltered, anonymous access to everyone, you encourage them to be the worst versions of themselves. I think, you know what, the greatest human achievement might be stuffed crust pizza. I agree. Pip, that is correct. That is straight up true. Jess, is that a sock on the microphone? It is, it's a microphone sock. Otherwise the microphone gets cold. Have you had a game on the list that shut down before you were going to approach it? Yeah, quite a few. MMORPGs shut down pretty often. Just a thing, apparently. Cheesecake was good. Alabaster plate pauldrons. Strength, spirit, how do they look? They look like mine, but not as cool. I really want the Valor set, because the Valor set looks awesome. Just saw the uni talking about your acting course being a waste of time. You laughed out loud. Good Elf, was that because you also have the same experience? Can we relate to each other? Do you understand? But you also have parents and school. They help make you a good person, so the internet can't make you a worse version of yourself. It may... I mean, when we are younger, we can become products of our environment. And when your environment is cyberspace, you become a product of internet culture. which I don't think we're fully understanding yet. Alabaster plate helmet. God damn, we've nearly got 2 of the set. Is that better than my helmet? Oh no, the Savage Gladiator chain is just good. Agility and stamina. I prefer it because it looks cool. We are entering a period of time where, and someone said this to me a few days ago, and it kind of left a profound message on me. There is a generation of people whose homeland is cyberspace. There are disenfranchised people whom have been disenfranchised from society in general and have found solace online. They are effectively, in their own mind, citizens of the internet. And so, because the internet is not a monolith, because it is a collection of varied subcultures, all brought together through existing online, they are exposed to the most extreme and the least extreme of subcultures all at the same time. So you have... It's multi-generational, because it happens to old people as well. When we say new generation, I don't just mean kids that are aging into the internet age. I mean people of, you know, all ages and all generations and all cultures who are using online connection to replace whatever in-person connection or culture they would have had. Straight for now. Just careful on these dots, because these guys... Oh, guys, there's a mob behind us. Right, let's get them all together. Right, hang on, I've got to lock in for a second, guys. Got to actually lock in. Griff Pala may be in trouble here. Yeah. Yeah, there was 2 mobs behind us. Mr. Mob. Mr. Mob in the corner. We're okay. We release, we run back in. I locked in. DPS went from 4 to 7. Was not enough. I tried, though. I did try. Societies worldwide have become less social in general, so the internet is a bit of a heaven for those who don't have enough charisma. Silver, do you believe that? Do you believe that the internet is a bit of a heaven, or do you believe it is fulfilling a need that these people have, but is not necessarily actually giving them the skills that they need to survive outside of it? I've always believed that the mark of a good teacher is to try and train a student that's better than them. I've often believed that, and I've met many teachers who get annoyed when their students are better than them, when their students beat them. And this is because it's often done for an ego thing or to keep the teacher in a position of power, whereas personally I've always been very proud whenever someone who is able to be taught by me can outdo me. I love that. That's fantastic. I feel that the internet is absolutely providing what a lot of people need within the socialization sphere, but is it providing it in a way that is also giving the skills to exist outside of it, or is it providing it in a way which is encouraging dependence on it? Perfect Zip. I love what you've just written. I feel like you believe you're smarter and more educated than you really are. You talk as if you have a degree in philosophy, history, cyberspace, business, and psychology. However, you come off as an extremely pretentious for being an MMORPG content creator for a living. I don't have a degree in philosophy or business or cybersecurity or the internet. I have a degree in performing arts, which is effectively I'm really good at pretending about things. That's what my degree is. Do I come across as pretentious? I mean, when you said that, I was so shocked I nearly dropped my monocle. So, possibly. I think people don't always understand the intensity of the word pretentious. And I'm not saying that because that itself comes across as quite a pretentious thing, being like, oh, that's a very big word for you to use. My goodness, well done. In attempting to communicate I want to try and say the things I think and feel in a way that people can understand and a way that people can engage with. I am aware this sometimes comes across as remarkably middle class. But the idea for it to be pretentious, the meaning and the goal behind the way that I talk to people is understanding. There are many things that I do understand. There are many things that I don't. But I would be happy to talk to people who understand more about it than I do. I will never claim to have a degree in any of those things that I don't have a degree in. Right, in we go. We got this. So to loop this back round to the internet, I think the internet has done an incredible job at providing the socialization that a lot of people were craving. But is it providing it in a way that is also creating dependency on it? And the question then is, do we want to create dependency on it, or should it be a way of providing the socialization experience that grants you the skills to be social away from it? You've been online for much of your life. You bought a car this week to play. Well, excellent. Congratulations. Well done. I think one thing, and correct me if you think I'm wrong on this. I think when you spend so much time online, you become kind of ingrained within this online bubble, and you don't always realize how online some of your opinions end up becoming. Whereas sometimes I can't make that jump. Sometimes when you go offline, you realize that actually offline in meat space, people have a lot of different opinions and yet still are able to get on with each other. Some people who are chronically online seem to believe that everyone else is also chronically online. Meat space or meat space? Both. Right, corner dudes first. Let's do this. Yeah, most people offline are just nice people. Not everyone. Not everyone. But most people. Right, let's see if we can reduce some of this danger, increase some of our own DPS, and do a little bit of damage. Your friendship group has all sorts of people in it. Yeah, absolutely. I think what I see the online world doing the most is you end up creating an echo chamber, and within that echo chamber, people end up reinforcing the belief that nobody outside of their echo chamber agrees with them. Everyone hates them. And so when people leave that chamber online and go out into the real world to meet people, they're suddenly faced with the idea that you can talk to people that don't agree with everything you think, but also don't hate you. That's to me, I think, a complicated thing. Every streamer's chat becomes an echo chamber given enough time. It does. It absolutely does. I think I realized why everyone online is so angry. Given enough time, everything becomes an echo chamber. And when you scream into the void of an echo chamber, your own screams echo back at you. And you think what you're hearing is everyone else in the world agreeing with you. All right, let's focus and take down these guys first. What about a wholesome chamber? Let's switch onto this guy because he's just pulled off. There we go. Given enough time, most online spaces do devolve into an echo chamber. Do I believe it will happen to this stream as well? You'd be foolish to not curate it. BTD says, what about horny jail? I never quite understood the thing. Send me to horny jail if you want. Everyone there is horny too. Seems like the worst thing we could possibly fix that with. That's like saying you're eating too much chocolate, go and spend a weekend locked up in Cadbury World. Okay. I mean, you seem to be exacerbating the problem. Horny jail is a meme. No, I'm pretty sure it's a location. The viewers absolutely are a reflection of the streamer. That is true. We do curate our own online spaces. You guys reflect me. The guy that popped in earlier and said that you think I'm pretentious, is he still around? Or she? Happy to have a chat with you if you're still here. I talk like I know everything. I absolutely don't. I think what it is sometimes is the clips that get shared on the clip channel are the more emotionally extreme moments. And people watch those more emotionally extreme moments and they make a broad generalization around that. Came here to watch, ended up with a philosophy lesson. That's what happens. I was watching a great little clip of a streamer. I don't know the streamer's name, but I was watching a great clip earlier. And they were talking about something that we've mentioned several times on the stream before. Would you willingly be hated by people online if it meant that you were taken care of and sorted and safe in your everyday, day-to-day life? So, for example, would you take $5 million from... It doesn't even need to be a company. It just needs to be, would you accept a trade of $5 million if the cost was people online hate you? And I don't mean just like a little bit annoyed. I mean like full-on hate you. And the discussion that I was watching went in a really interesting way. There are many people online who will form a kind of a simulacra of you, which is a vision of how you are in their head that fits into all of the judgments that they've made of you. They will form this vision, this model, this avatar of you. The problem is that that avatar that they have is not necessarily real. It's a mask that they've put on you. It's a vision they've created. Now, the real you is different to that. But the avatar that the online world has of you and the reality that either you or your friends know is different. It's almost like two people that don't meet. There is the online persona and there is the lived real experience. It's the perspective of that individual, split in twain. And those people will never reconcile. The people that hate you will always hate the avatar. And the people that love you and care about you and value you will never see the avatar or never respect it or never respond to it. They'll see the real you. Would you allow the avatar to exist if you knew that it meant the actual real you could provide? And one thing that always brings me back to question this is people talk about wanting to be providers. Yeah, they want to be providers. And yet they also want the online respect of people they will never meet. Would you be hated if it meant you could secure a stable, safe future for you and your friends and your family? Is this the justification for the sellout arc? Ral, do you believe I sold out? That's a genuine question. Not currently. Not yet. Okay. Because many people have already messaged me saying that I have. Because I took the Pinterest World of Warcraft Midnight sponsorship. Because so many people have already messaged me saying, had to unsub, complete sellout now, can't trust anything you say. That's been messaged me hundreds of times already. I wouldn't say we've reached the thousands yet. Probably won't, because people don't care that much. But definitely hundreds. So whenever someone says, is this the sellout arc? I have genuinely had people message and ask about that. But obviously they don't pay my bills directly, yeah. But at the same time, I think those people tend to not see the amount of stuff that I've turned down from companies that I don't believe would have value to my viewers. Hey, the Blackrock Slicer, we got it again. I have already got that. So it is a cool two-handed axe if anyone else needs it. People don't get this as a business. No, they don't. Just like people... What people would like is... People like the struggling artist. People really like the struggling artist. What people don't like is the successful artist. Unless that artist completely agrees with their world's point of view. That's what it is. If you are a fan of an artist and that artist is living the romanticized lifestyle of the struggling artist, then there is a layer of kind of rose tint between you and them. There is a layer of romantification of that lifestyle. Because there is something pure about it. There is something akin to salvation in the struggle. There is something beautiful about knowing that art is being created against the grain of society. But as soon as that artist finds a modicum of success, suddenly the fans of the art will start to read into how it changes. Yeah, the purity. It's a purity test. It's a purity test of artistic integrity and intention. Because suddenly, once the art is making money, people say, well, this is no longer the same thing that it was before. Plus 50 attack power. That's good. It's not what I need, though. So if an artist finds success and suddenly starts to make more money, and they completely agree with your point of view, you can then continue to like them because you think they are still fighting the system. They are still fighting the good fight. You know, this person may be, you know, rich now, but they've still got their head screwed on. They're still Jenny from the block kind of vibes. Are you crazy in thinking there's some truth to it? You're not crazy at all. There is absolutely some truth to it. But you have to say, is it a black or white, all or nothing type of truth? Does art have more valuable when the person creating it is creating it in spite of the lifestyle they have, instead of because of the lifestyle they have? Yeah, Bowser, it's a great way. Congratulations on being pure and righteous while you struggle to feed yourself and all that kind of stuff. Which is why fans of artists, they love the idea of the struggling artist. And they hate the idea of the successful artist because in their mind, it removes a layer of authenticity. That is the third time we've seen the plate of the Shaman King in 3 runs. That's a good plate right there, but I don't need it. Oh, take it. Quest item. Take the gem. I've got all 3 already. Yeah, the idea that everyone in the pop punk scene becomes an industry plant. It's this, so to loop this back to where the conversation started from, I have had people support me right up until I become successful. And I've had to kind of reckon with my own understanding of this in kind of pushing to the nature of they don't actually support. They don't support because they don't like the content. They like what it represented within a societal construct. That's what they wanted. They didn't want to like the videos. They didn't want to like me. They wanted to like a smaller artist whom was creating art that wasn't super popular. Yeah. Struggling artists struggle together, and when one gains success and doesn't share the earnings of that success with fellow artists, they feel betrayed. Artist communism. Alexander, do you believe that a struggling artist is... Because I completely get the idea of, you know, if we're all going to struggle, we struggle together, and if we succeed together. I get that idea. I understand those vibes. But do you believe that an artist is then inclined, if it is their success that is finding, you know, their level of income and their level of fame increased, do they owe it to their friendship group to stay around with them? I'm not saying yes or no. I'm saying, what do you think? All right, let's kill the axe thrower first. Let's focus this guy down. There we go. Kill you now. And this all loops back to the people who are saying, oh, Josh, you sold out. I can sell my time, but I won't sell my opinion. That's the way that I look at it. If I don't like something, I'm not going to claim to like it if someone pays me lots of money. I will give my time, but not my opinion. Like I say, you can't buy me, but I can be rented. Once you stop playing a game and start talking about politics, I consider you a sellout. Casvis, why? That's really, genuinely, that's a really interesting way of looking at it, but why do you think that? Why would you consider someone selling out if they start talking about politics? I'm not going to, but I'm curious as to why you would think that. Because that would imply that the political side that they are talking about or favouring is paying them to do so. Let's just pull these guys up here. Because I don't want to hear politics from a damn WoW player. Okay, Kaz, that's completely understandable. But I think you're confusing what you want personally in a stream to the word selling out. Selling out would imply that they have been given an amount of money in order to change the content that they are producing. And unless they've been given an amount of money to do it, I would say that they are simply changing the content that they are creating that no longer appeals to you. Which is fine if they want to do it. You know, people can create what content they want, but I think the phrase selling out means an amount of money has been provided in order for the values to change. Does he mean by selling out that something is popular, so you cater to that content for more popularity? Oh, pure, that could be. That's a really good way of putting it, actually. That's a really good way of putting it. Yeah, because in my mind, selling out is the money is provided first, and the content change comes after that. But what it could be is a content creator realizes that there is a greater audience and a greater level of income to be gained by doing one thing over another, and so switches their focus to that. So is that selling out, or is that seeking a new audience? Is that a flurry axe in your left hand? Yes, it is. It's got the Crusader enchantment on it. Yeah, like, yeah, trend chasing would be a good way of putting it. Is that called grifting? I don't think that grifting would necessarily work, because I think, and again, this is just my input on this, I think grifting is when the person that is creating the artwork or the making the entertainment doesn't actually agree with what they're doing, but they're doing it because they know it has the biggest value. I think that people think that grifting just means doing something they don't like. I think grifting has to have another layer to it. I think it has to be the person who is doing the creation, the grifter, if you will, knows that they are on a level being performative with what they're saying and what they're doing. Mex, that's a really interesting point. Is it because these people put you on a pedestal because for years you affirmed their own bias, and then you show weakness, which is effectively whatever they disagree with, and so they see it as a form of betrayal because a hyper-realistic, hyper-real, exaggerated form of me is suddenly now going against what they have always believed? That's a great way of putting it. That's a really interesting aspect. And I don't know. I think that could be... There's something there. There's definitely something there. Part of my thesis in uni was the idea of the creation of what I call the hyper-real. And the hyper-real is... There's almost like a layer of plexiglass between you and reality of the thing. We see celebrities as hyper-real. We see famous people as hyper-real. The Rock. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is a great example of hyper-real. When people talk about The Rock, they talk about him almost in mythical proportions. And so when someone that you see as a hyper-real, almost avatar of agreeing with you, when someone turns around and disagrees with you, someone that you saw as hyper-real before, there's a level of betrayal that almost feels meta-human to it. That, I think, is a really interesting way of looking at it. There's something there. I haven't fully formulated the whole thought on that, but there was definitely something there. But I think that, to loop back to the word of grifting, I think grifting implies a level of deception that the grifter is aware of. It's another level of parasociality. Absolutely. It is absolutely another level of parasocial connection. Do we have to keep all this philosophy theory in the back of our heads while making everyday decisions? Newt, here's the great thing. Absolutely not. However, you will be shamed by people who do. You will be able to make any decision you want in life, justified however the hell you like. And someone will say to you, oh my god, I can't believe you've made that decision, you haven't even considered this. Or, I can't believe you've made that choice, were you not aware of this? People will find a way to shame you for the decisions you make, based on the fact that they made different ones. And the problem is, if you try and appease everybody, you end up doing nothing. Trying to appease everybody is trying to play a game of rock, paper, scissors against the entire world, where you know for a fact that every single person is going to throw either rock, paper, or scissors, and all three will be represented, and yet you have to still somehow find a way to not make anybody lose. You can't do it. It's impossible to do. You straight up cannot please the world. You can try, but someone will tell you that you're playing it wrong, you're doing it wrong, you're making somebody sad. If you want everyone in the world to like you, and there are 3 people in the room, and you play rock, paper, scissors against all of them at the same time, and you know they're all throwing different shapes, one of those people, no matter what you do, is going to hate you. And some people just want to be angry. They do. You can't get over that. Some people just want to be angry. Some people have and this is a very important thing that I think we all realize as an adult, eventually. Some people will construct an image of you in their own head. And the image is incorrect. It's an exaggerated version of all of your negative traits. And while that image is not necessarily a valid representation of you, it is their understanding of you. And no matter what you do, that will be the way they see you, and the way they talk about you, and the way they relate to you, and that will be the image of you they put forward to other people. There's nothing you can do to ever change that. You could be the nicest person in the world, somebody will hate you. Once you're able to get over that, things become quite a bit easier. That's true, Bozo, that is spot on true. The vast majority of people in the world will never even be aware of you. The more people that know you, the more people choose to either love you or hate you. I'm new. Why are people calling you a sellout? A couple of reasons. So I did the sponsorship segment for World of Warcraft Midnight and Pinterest based on the new furniture stuff that you can get in World of Warcraft Midnight, the new retail expansion, despite the fact that I myself personally do not play Midnight. And they're saying, Josh, why are you promoting something you don't play? Because I thought it'd be a fun thing for the viewership to do. Some people have also messaged me and said, Josh, I can't believe you're working with Pinterest. Do you not understand how much AI they use in their website? And honestly, no, I didn't. I didn't look into it at all. I'm not a big Pinterest guy. I don't really have a huge amount of history with them. It was a campaign that Pinterest were running that they thought my demographic and market would reach. I agreed. And then I made that and moved on. But I got a ton of messages afterwards, an absolute ton. Being like, I cannot believe that you've teamed up with these guys. They've done this, 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 and this. I cannot believe you've done this, 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 and this. That, you know what? That's a great point, Zeth. People spend a huge amount of energy being annoyed at me for various things. And if you're going to do that, you're going to be awake a long time. And if you need the energy to be annoyed at me, you should probably drink some Gamer Subs, because it has a decent amount of caffeine in it. And you can get 10% off using code JOSH. You should fuel your hatred against me using Gamer Subs. You don't need to do 10 hours of research behind everyone who talks to you. Absolutely, yeah, but imagine that you step into a room and there are 10 people in that room, and each person cares about something different, but they really, really, really care about it. If you try to engage with all 10 of them, you are never ever going to find common ground between all of them, because all of them will be super annoyed at something. The Keris of Zul'Sarak. That's a little dagger. It's good for thieves. Is it good for me? Okay, chance on hit, inflict a numbing pain that deals 10 nature damage and increases the time between targets' attacks. I've already got the axe, that's fine. The Keris is kind of cool, though. Don't think it's really for me, though. The problem with working on the internet is that you're not trying to appease the general populace. You're trying to appease people who are super enfranchised in stuff. And sometimes people don't understand that not everyone else is as enfranchised as they are. Here's something I've found that's really weird. And again, you guys can correct me if you think I'm wrong on this. There are some people who are really, really, really into whatever they're into. Whether it's a show, whether it's a game, whether it's a sport. That thing becomes them. You know, they base their personality around it. They base their personal validation on it. It becomes them. And if you insult it or if you critique it, then they get upset. And one thing that I've noticed these people do is, in an attempt to explain to you how they feel, in an attempt to almost replicate the pain that you have caused them, they ask you how you would feel if they insulted something you like. Because I've had this. I've had people message me being like, you critiqued my favorite MMO. How would you feel if I said RuneScape was rubbish? And they cannot comprehend the genuine answer of, you wouldn't care. You just straight up wouldn't care. And they're like, well, you've got to care. Because that is a thing that they love, and therefore they've insulted a thing that you love, and you must therefore feel the same negativity that they feel. Who was here the last time we spoke about the Sally Ann test? Because the Sally Ann test really is an incredible psychological test that really does highlight the challenge with explaining to people that other people have feelings and input and ideas beyond what they do. Maybe the idea for critique of pop culture isn't important like their tribal identity. That's what it is, a tribal identity. You've insulted them. You're actually Sally, where's the marble? Where do you think it is? I think if you have inadvertently caused some ad hominem insult by attacking their thing, it's right for them to lash out. Hang on. It's right for them to lash out, but I understand why they do it. They've soulbound themselves for the concept. Yes. That's a great way of putting it. Soulbound to the concept. Bix, I thought that you missed the word not in there. No. Your sentence made much more sense without it. Yeah, I do think we are seeing an online... And the internet, this links back to what we were talking about earlier with the idea of the internet. Does the internet provide the socialization that people are missing, or does the internet become... does it make itself effectively... Does it make other people dependent on the socialization that it provides? Because the internet allowing you to connect to a subculture that you value is great, but the internet then effectively ingraining itself into that subculture and your personal validation to that subculture so strongly that any insults to the subculture are seen as an insult to you. Dangerous. Links back to echo chambers. Is the internet polarizing? Do you guys think the internet has a tendency to move toward one extreme or the other? Do you think given a long enough time period, any small enough subculture just becomes one extreme or another? Or do you think it depends on the subculture? I think it depends on the culture. I think it depends on what the culture allows into it. Because, you know, if a subculture is like, hey, let's talk about model trains. Given a long enough time period, I don't necessarily think a model train discussion group would become politically extreme. It might do, I might be wrong, but it doesn't seem like the kind of thing that would naturally lend itself to it. Do you think anonymity contributes to it? That's a great, Rambi, that's a great input to that. Realm list. I don't think it's the subculture, but the individuals. That's a good way of putting it as well. But do you believe that there are certain subcultures that attract individuals that are more likely to be extreme one way or another? I'm not saying there are or aren't. I don't know. I would say there definitely are. I think that a lot of people are seeking tribal connection. A lot of people are just lonely. And they want tribal connection. Just reading the chat, because you guys are putting in some really interesting questions. You believe there are various internet types that have... Oh, hang on. I've pulled another one. Mobs have joined in. Let's focus down the evoker if possible. I think, and this is again probably one of my more controversial opinions, you can have subcultures that are united over hatred for something. Or, on the other side, you can have subcultures that are united over purity tests within their own in-group. You have to ask, is this collection of people kept together because they all value the in-group? Or is this collection of people kept together because they all hate the out-group? Quillfire Bow of the Owl. Cool. Because you can have some people that say, hey, I disagree with you. However, we both hate the same thing. Therefore, we can stay together united. Or you can have people that say, hey, we have to agree on everything. Otherwise, we are not together. And if you aren't as virtuous as I am, you are going to be kicked out. We have seen purity tests. If you put 10 people who value hatred of the out-group more than virtue and purity signaling within the in-group in a room, you will end up with one united group that all hate the same thing. If you put 10 people who value purity tests and virtue signaling within the in-group more than anything else, you will end up with 11 different groups. A common enemy keeps people together. Unfortunately, it does. It's a horrible reality, but it does. The thing is, when your group is built on purity tests and virtue signaling, your common enemy tends to become the person who signals the least. And when you continuously make your common enemy whoever within your group is not towing the line the hardest, doesn't necessarily lend itself to continued social cohesion. And I think the internet has definitely exacerbated that problem. Yeah, I do completely agree. I absolutely completely agree that we are... And I think it all links back to the simple idea that human beings were simply not meant to live in tribes this big. And human beings were not meant to be exposed to the amount of negativity that we can be exposed to every day, potentially. I don't think the majority of people on the planet, and that includes me, are capable of dealing with the amount of negativity that everyone collectively thinks we have to acknowledge with and engage with every day. It is overwhelming, it is stifling, it is incredibly depressing. It is damaging, it is mentally draining. You've got to block out the negativity, man. You've got to. The swamp pendant of agility. I don't need that. We were simply not meant to live in tribes this big. I think that the ability to connect via technology has outpaced our ability to connect via humanity. and trying to force it. Where Al says, you simply don't engage with negativity. You have better things to think about. Yep, everyone should do. Everyone should have better things to think about. The problem is that maybe it's more of a streamer thing. I get people every day asking me how I feel about negative situation. How do I feel about negative situation? How do I feel about this negative situation or that negative situation or this drama or that drama? And if my answer is, I don't care, then to them, they see it as flippant, and they see it as dismissive, and they see it as almost insulting that something they care about, I don't. But the simple reality is that I can't care about something to the depth and the degree that everyone individually cares about it. Aldrins are still not as good as my Earth slag shot. Hang on, they might be better. No, they're not, they're male. This douche loves negativity. I got unbanned for some reason, and all I do is talk shit. I mean, Grim, do you want to be... Hang on. I don't think you were unbanned. Oh, you were unbanned 35 minutes ago. Was it via a request? We can reban you if you want. Oh no, hang on. Unban approved by Red Sky 36 minutes ago. Maybe I need to reset the mod action thing, but it says here that it was... Let me just redo the mod actions. Yeah. It said it was unbanned 36 minutes ago. Because the phrase, I don't care, hit them with a, yeah, that sucks, bro. I'm reading the mod logs here. Maybe you didn't request it. Maybe it was just a case of... That's wrong. Tech Goose was hit by the bot spam earlier on Tuesday. Oh, okay. Wonder why it says 37 minutes ago then. That is interesting. Okay. I'm trying to read the unban requests while at the same time scrolling through. Alexander Empire, well, Josh, consider this. Polarizing input creates discussion, as you once said. Many of us, including myself, have made an effort to be overwhelmingly positive. And I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Whereas trolls and contrarians generally get more attention. In that case, are you doing the positivity to get attention? Are you doing it to help me out? Or are you doing it to be seen to be doing it? Is the value of that to you? Because I appreciate what you've done. You've written messages short and long in your chat, encouraging and complimenting you, however you have consistently disregarded me. I hit you with a Josh Daddy gimme a 6-7, and the groaning of the collective drives you and the audience to engage. How much responsibility is it of the curator of the space versus the individuals within? Alexander, genuinely good question. Do you add in those positive compliments in order to genuinely make me feel better? Or because you want me to acknowledge you making me feel better? Grimsmoke, told you guys he loves the negativity. Grimsmoke got it again, see? There's another one. I think the interesting point of that is people want discussion. People in this stream want there to be some kind of discussion. They want there to be some level of drama. And drama is conflict. All drama is conflict to a certain degree. Now, if people say nice and positive things, that's great, but where does that take the conversation to? Because the conversation needs to be a level of conflict. We need to be curating the level of conflict, absolutely. But if I were to just call out all of the positivity in the stream, do you not believe that there would be people saying that I'm sat here being narcissistic? Let's not skip it because there are spiders. It's safety. Clear for safety. If I were to call out all of the positive stuff, then there would absolutely be a group of people who would just say you're only pointing out things that agree with you. If I call out the negativity, people say you're always complaining there's too much negativity. If I call out both, people are saying, well, you're just a fence sitter talking about both sides of stuff. I think it's a balance of, we have to acknowledge that there is positivity. This discussion and the conflict is what makes this content without watching a guy just run WoW dungeons. Yeah, absolutely. If every conversation is an agreement and no friction, then you end up with a weird feedback loop where no one challenges you. But equal and opposite, if every conversation is an argument where you're constantly in conflict with the audience, then it ends up being a weird you versus them bias. The truth is in the middle, without a doubt. But I think we do end up in a point where I call out the negativity. People say, well, you never pick out the positive compliments. I can read the positive compliments, and I absolutely do. But what I have noticed... Alexander, thank you. What I have noticed is when people message me about the fact that the positive compliments exist, sometimes people seem more irritated that I'm not paying more attention to them, or not calling them out, or not noticing them. And it almost has this air of they aren't sending them because they genuinely care about the benefit of them, they're sending them because they care about being noticed. This group's doing really well, by the way. This group's doing excellently. You know what? Actually, that's a great way. Positive or negative, just be constructive with it. It's a bit like how some people were calling you for daring to post a pic with bad lighting. Your response ended up getting posted on Says. In a way, you rewarded them for doing so. Yeah, but I also do understand that the Says channel is going to be whatever drives the most engagement. There was an interesting tweet I saw earlier where someone did a meta-analysis of words that in general get more YouTube views. If you put these words in your YouTube video title, you are statistically more likely to drive clicks. And those words were worst, awful, hate, challenge, and bad. Which means 4 out of those 5 words are negative.
You honor me.
The most clicked on words are mostly negativity. That's just a human condition where we seek out negativity far more than we seek out positivity. Valdi, thank you very much for the raid. 164 people jumping in. Good luck, have fun. How dare you say something so controversial? No, I will. I will indeed have fun. I am having fun right now. We're actually closing in on level 56. God damn, man. We're doing really well right now. Oh, hi Raiders, welcome into the new Lower Blackrock Spire. That's what we're doing. Personally, I'm hoping you'll cover an Owlcat game. I love their games. I would love to see an unbiased opinion. What are the Owlcat games? Like, I've probably played them, but I don't know what they are. It's more so that drama has a negative connotation, is more interesting. Yeah. People want entertainment. Entertainment often is drama, and drama by its very nature is conflict. You have to have a side of a conflict. You have to have a team. You have to have your guy. Why Thunderclap over Whirlwind? Because my job here is not necessarily to do a huge amount of damage. My job is to weaken the enemies and buff my team. So I'm making sure I'm sundering, I'm making sure that I'm battle crying, I'm demoralizing shouting, I'm thunderclapping, and then I'm sundering as much as I can again. Because I'm following the warrior creed of A, B, C. Always be sundering. That's what we do. We A, B, C. We always be sunder. And then I also want to make sure I'm thunderclapping as often as I possibly can to reduce the damage between this. The damage is mostly coming from the mage. So my job... Right now, my job is more of a support warrior and less of a straight-up damage-dealing warrior. I will benefit my team far more if I'm able to debuff the enemies and buff them, as opposed to just focusing on my own DPS. The Nobody then commented, giving girl bad comment will get you more laid than giving her compliments. No. No, it won't. I mean, no. There's only one thing that... While I understand that it is really easy to say that online, that's not true. If you want the actual truth, if you want to sleep with someone, be someone that they want to sleep with. That's it. That's how it works. Now, when you say girls or women, they are not a monolith. They are not. We've spoken about this before. Women are not the Borg from Star Trek. They do not exist as a hive mind. Not every single woman wants the same thing. Will there be a woman out there who will sleep with a guy just because that guy insults them? Yes. That person will exist. Is that all of them? No, it's not. By trying to generalize half the human population into a single ideal of how they act, you have failed at the first hurdle. People want different things. Women be people, yo. Finding out what the individual person wants and providing it to them in a way that they find attractive is going to get you far more than not doing that. What I think is guys treat women like a hive mind without understanding how terrifying that would be if it was true. Hey, we got the leather boots. Cool. Like, if women were a hive mind, the world would just become, what was the TV show, Pluribus? Where everyone just starts acting together? I don't need those boots, but, you know, someone can have them. This is a good healer set. Get it. Get it, man. If you want it, then have it. Correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, guys. There are a lot of angry, upset, lonely people in the world. Those people who are angry, upset, and lonely don't necessarily want to look inward because they are angry, upset, and lonely. They want someone to blame. They want a focus. They want to be told that their failures are not their fault, because to them, failure is the worst thing in the world. And there are a lot of people out there, a lot of men, who will tell those guys that none of their failures are their fault. Everything is the fault of hive mind women. And this, unfortunately, has created a large amount of guys who think that there is a secret trick, a system to talking to and interacting with women. They think that women are machines that you put kindness coins into until sex falls out. Now, it is undeniable that there will be some people in the world who act like that and respond well to that. Bro is completely taking my words out of context. How so, the nobody? The phrase you said was that if you want to get laid, you insult people. Do you believe that? I don't believe that. I believe there will be a level of flirtation that's involved, and flirtation can involve some, what we in the British Isles would call banter. But banter also involves understanding. If I have misunderstood you, then I am willing to read and understand. I meant in a way where negative reactions get more attention than fake compliments. It depends. I think comedy outshines all of those by a substantial margin. I understand that there is a level of negativity that gets focused on. There is a system that I believe is called negging, which is where you purposefully insult someone in an attempt to undermine their confidence, which means that on a psychological level, that person then seeks approval from you. I think ultimately, people want to be treated like you value them, and they find elements of your personality and your kind of physical choices attractive. And I think a lot of these how to treat women, this is a great way of putting it, Taryn, you just hit the nail on the head. A lot of these how to treat women courses and guides and processes, they try to codify human interaction in a way that appeals to people who aren't confident enough with their own choices or think that there needs to be a right and a wrong choice. When in reality, human-to-human connection is unique from person to person. And it's very safe to say, hey, there is a correct way to do this. You must do this and you will get that. It's almost a way of turning human interaction into a set of building Warhammer instructions. If you glue this gun on, you'll be able to get that. If you glue this gun on, you'll be able to get that. And Arl says, I think people are reading a little more into this comment than what was intended. Yeah, but it's generated a discussion, which is kind of what this whole stream is. This whole stream is just generation of discussion, based around the idea of, you know, how we interact and how we treat people and what we talk about. Because human connection is, to a degree, quite scary. People want to gamify life. Especially the guys who feel that they are owed something to a degree. Yeah, and Robo, that's a great way of putting it, you know. This woman has a flamer, but I must find a woman that has a power sword. You can't have both unless you have a flame pistol attachment. If it's like a captain and you've given them a flamer, it has to be a combi flamer attached to a bolt gun. They can have a power sword in one hand and a combi flamer. A lieutenant could do that. This ties into the whole chat interaction debate. For some reason, there are a lot of people trying to get strong opinions or absolute truths out of people, when in reality it is, let's work out how we're going to combine these people together. Oh, I've now got the egg quest. I've never had it before. For a few months you've been terrified, single for 6 months, and when I checked how I can meet people in small towns, there was so much talking about tactics and money, like a competition. Absolutely. The best way to be someone is to be someone that people like having around. That's it. That's pretty much it. Be someone that people like having around. Where's everyone gone? Oh, they're all sat here for a second. Let me go and grab some. I'll get the eggs. Do the eggs spawn spiders? That's a question. I didn't realize if they do or don't. Is that some of them do? Right, so we should probably hang around in groups while we do this. Okay. I don't want to be assaulted by a load of spiders at the same time. Oh, hang on. Clicked the wrong thing. Give me a second, guys. I'll jump in and kill that level whatever spider. Yes, I'm looking forward to traveling to Outland whenever we get there. I think we are seeing a definite societal push where a lot of young boys are being told, and this is why I push against the manosphere so much. There are people who are being told that they need to be a certain thing in order to have value. Money is the big one. I see so many guys say, oh, girls like people with money. No. Some people like people with money. There will be girls who will sleep with you because you are rich. There will be guys who will be your friend because you are rich. There will be businesses who want to work with you because you are wealthy. That's just true. Are they the only people? No, not at all. Of course they aren't. But it's very easy to say, oh, if you don't have power and resources, you won't get anything. It's very easy to say your value is in the resources you have, when the alternative is in saying your value is in the vibe that you bring. Because you can have a load of resources and bring the worst vibe. And you can have no resources and bring the best vibe. You just got here. What was the original comment? Zio, I think it was a comment about the fact that if you insult someone, you are more likely to be successful with them in dating than if you compliment them. Hey, we got all the X. Cool. Right, now this is a horrible. This is an awful pull. There's potentially like 10 ogres. Try a small pull only. This is a horrible, risky bit. Super horrible. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. Werewolf's like, no, run in there, pull everything. No. No, no, no. We do the smallest possible pull. And then we run backwards to here. And we try and only get what we're able to take. Alright, cool. We've got the warlord here. Right, you know what? The mage is probably the first one to take out. Let's take out the mage first if we can. Right, my job here is to sunder. The problem is that our DPS is mostly coming from the mage, and sundering doesn't really care about the enemy's armor. Mage damage is not affected by the enemy's reduced armor. Not a fan of using Berserker stance. Right now, my job is to provide buffs to the team more than do as much DPS as possible. So I'm focusing on being able to do thunderclaps, battle shouts, demoralizing shouts, and then sunder. I will use Berserker stance if we need to really push into a load more DPS. But right now the survivability is working. You're a long time watcher of the content. Oh, thank you, Cody. Welcome to the stream. Lecture during work. I don't give it to anyone. Thank you for everything. You are more than welcome, man. Thank you for that positive compliment. That was a lovely thing to say. They can do 4 at the same time? Possibly. Now, there is also a little mini quest over here that we are definitely not doing. Try 3. If we can get 3. The most hard to understand when you're a young man is just be yourself and the right girl will come. Yes, live your best life, and if you meet someone, you've found the right one. And if you don't, you've got good memories. That's another good way of putting it. Right, Battle Mage is up next. Let's get rid of this guy. Good lord. This dude does some serious damage. Force Gaming, welcome to the stream. Thanks for bringing a fresh community. There's so many people that we are hanging out with. How you doing today, Force? What have you been up to? To classic WoW. It's a very chilled community vibe we've got going on. Very supportive, very happy. Lots of friends. Yeah, just be yourself doesn't mean you don't need to put any effort in because you inherently are perfect. Just be yourself often means be the person that only you can be. Bring the advantage and the benefits that only you can bring. Just be yourself does not mean you do not need to do anything. It means that doing what you think is right to you and doing what you think has value to you means you will meet people with the same values. If you do the thing that you think is important, you will meet people who think that's important as well. Don't be ashamed of what you value and how you live and who you are. Even if you like gnomes. Metal, even if you like gnomes. That way we keep all the people that like gnomes together. We've quarantined them. The Nobody says, what about nice guys? Don't be a nice guy. Be a good man. What do you believe a nice guy is? What does nice guy mean to you? Because to me, being nice to someone is the bare minimum. You don't get a medal for that. You don't get praised for having a positive human interaction. That's what people should expect. Do you believe that by being nice to someone you are owed their time? MiniQuest, welcome to the stream, bro. Helping people and expecting something in return. If you help people and you expect something in return, you are not nice, you are manipulative. If you believe that you are a nice guy and you think that your niceness needs to be reciprocated, you are not nice. You are transactional. If you are being nice to someone because you believe doing that deserves a certain response, you are not doing it because you are nice. You are doing it because you believe it is one step within a transactional process that you want to have. Truly nice people do not expect things back for their niceness. If you believe you've been nice to someone and they haven't reciprocated, hey, Noam, you got the Dragon Axe. Congratulations, man. Well done. But the problem is that people that don't understand the middle ground exists, they hear me say something like, you shouldn't be nice and expect something in return. And what they then do is they go the exact opposite. And they go, well, if being nice isn't getting me what I want, I will be nasty. That's what people hear. People hear being nice gets them what they want. But they're being nice and they're not getting what they want. Therefore, what they need to do is switch 180 and start to be nasty and insult people and follow this whole kind of manosphere vibe. And then they will get what they want. Because to them, getting what they want is the most important aspect of this whole thing. It's not about what the other person wants. It's not about what value you can create together. It's not about the teamwork. It's about getting what you want. But shouldn't you at least get a hug or a kiss for moving someone's furniture? No. You are absolutely entitled to literally nothing of anyone's time or anyone's effort, and especially no one's physical choices. Absolutely not. If you agree to do something and you think that you are entitled to someone else's time or body because of what you've done, you are not nice. Varcord says, whoosh, Josh, whoosh. Varcord, are you implying that this person is trolling and is not actually thinking like this? Because there is a chance that this person is just completely trolling. The problem is, Varcord, the reason I don't think they are is there's two reasons. One, I work online and I see people like this all the time. Mrs. Brexto says, obvious troll. Okay. Let's imagine that this person is an obvious troll. Let me posit another idea. Okay, let me be honest. I think there will probably be people in this chat, both men and women, who have met actual, real-life people like this. I think it's probably more prevalent with women. I think there will be people in this chat, in this stream, who have had interactions with people who genuinely think like that. And I think that those people will be disgusted if I don't call it out as a negative behavior. I think that I have a level of responsibility to those people who have unfortunately interacted with people like that to, even if that person is trolling, straight away say, no, this is not behavior I agree with. Because there will be someone in the chat, someone insecure, someone undecided, someone unsure of how life is. And they will look to this chat to tell them how to behave. And if I just joke about that, as in it's totally a fine thing to do, the lesson they might take from it is that's a totally fine thing to do. So I then have to make the decision. I don't mind being caught by a troll. I don't mind being one guide if the alternative is I convince someone in this stream to act like that. Right, big patrol. Let's get everyone together, guys. Here we go. Alright, kill this walk pup first. It seems incredibly naive to assume that they are trolling based on the amount of people that I have interacted with who do genuinely think like that. Nobody says, helping bro farm the clips. You're not. You're putting the energy that we don't want out into the world again. We will talk about something regardless of what people do or don't say. But I think, unfortunately, what you will do is remind people in this chat who have gone through those kind of experiences that there are still people out there who will be that or joke about that. Warbringer says, Josh, if you type camp, you can place a tent and get a huge experience bonus. Warbringer, you've said that every single stream for the last week, and it's getting super annoying. So what I'm going to do is mute you for the next 10 minutes so you can't keep saying it. I do see where you're coming from, but I couldn't quite understand what you meant by reciprocation. Are you talking about physical or time-valued reciprocation? Are you saying that one shouldn't expect to be treated equally nicely, even if they're treating someone else that way? Daft, you shouldn't expect it. No. It should be nice if it happens. It would be nice. I suppose the word expect is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this sentence. It is nice to have an expectation of being treated in a certain way. However, if that expectation is not met, then reacting negatively to it is not necessarily going to be the best thing to do in that case. Reacting in a way that you control how you react. If you are kind to someone and they are not kind back, what you have learned is that you do not need to continue extending kindness. You don't need to switch and extend negativity, but you do not need to continue with the connection in the same way. That's okay. However, it is also very, very, very important to remember that you are only responsible for your actions towards somebody else. If you extend kindness to someone and they do not reciprocate that, then you do not necessarily need to switch and start to extend negativity. You could instead say, I am simply not going to expend any energy toward this person at all. Can you pet the doggo? When this dies, a bigger one spawns behind us. Josh, does emotional intelligence get taught somehow in schools? No, it doesn't. 10, welcome to the stream, dude. Good to see you. It absolutely does not. I do, however, think that emotional intelligence itself is an aspect that people tend to say it's common sense. I push back on that phrase because common sense is not common. It is taught knowledge. It is understood knowledge. And for some reason, everyone seems to think that it's society's responsibility as a whole to teach it, but no one individually wants to take the responsibility of teaching it. Emotional intelligence is understanding people's response and reaction to things, and your input, your response. The slash claw braces. Agility, stamina increases hit rating by 10. I've currently got the braces of valor. Here's the big doggo. Emotional intelligence is taught by real-life interactions, not school. Pack. School is real-life interaction. The contents and the connections that you make in school, the way you are treated, the way you understand how to connect with people, the friends you make, the relationships that you make, that is part of your real life. Kaison says, school is a simulation of real life. No, it's not. To the students in it, it is the most important thing they have. To the teachers in it, it is a chance to make a difference to that student's life. It may be a simulation once you are an adult. However, to the child, it is a very important part of how they learn to interact with people. And if you immediately discount multiple years of somebody's life as not formative, then I think you're not fully understanding the power that that moment has over that person. It's not for me. I think it's very strange that we accept 17-year-olds to raise their hand to go to the toilet, and yet we expect 18-year-olds to make decisions that will affect them for the rest of their life forever. There is a very hard reset, a hard line on the amount of understanding or responsibility we expect someone to have. There is a moment of you are completely subjective and submissive to this system. You are the subject of a process, and you must get permission from this process to do anything. You cannot be trusted to make your own decisions. And literally the next day, every single thing you ever do now is your responsibility. You can do anything you want to in life. You must sign all these contracts. You must take all the responsibility onto your own shoulders, right out of school. So the idea that school is a simulation of real life, it's meant to be preparation. It's meant to be a process that prepares you. And I think, unfortunately, the preparation within that, if you want to call it a simulation, is not adequate. It's impossible to know what someone's truly thinking. Absolutely. We are what we pretend to be. So if someone pretends to be an arsehole, as far as everyone else can see, their actions are making them the arsehole in that situation. So when someone comes in here and pretends to be one of those manosphere influential, easily manipulated guys, then I don't understand that they're pretending to be that. What I see is them being that. Good morning, Clee. Welcome to the stream. Pretend and be, it's different. How so? How do you know online? This is the risk that you need to take when treating someone who is pretending to be something. Because if I get 50 people in here who are pretending to be something, and I'm totally fine with that, then eventually someone who actually genuinely is that thing is going to join. And they're going to think that they're in good company. And suddenly more people who think that way are going to join, and people who pretended to be something are going to realize they've created a space where people who genuinely are that thing congregate. Gok Bashgood. See a rare? Oh, here's a rare. Cool. Let's see what he drops. He dropped the Bash Gooder. Interesting. Chance on hit. Punctures target armor. Lowering it by 200. Can be applied up to 3 times. Plus 9 strength. It's a 1.8 speed mace. It's an amazing tank weapon. You want this. Okay. The Bash Gooder. If I'm going to tank, I'm going to want that. If I'm a DPS that's attempting to lower the enemy's armor, I'm going to want that. Sunder stacks to 5. Bash Gooder gives you 6.5 sunders. Okay. So we both want this. Griff, do you need this? If not, I'm going to want it. I'm going to go with the Bash Gooder. That's a warrior tank weapon more than it is a pally. Okay, well, I'm going to need this, and if I get it, I'm going to equip it. Technically a small upgrade, but you can have it. Oh, thank you. Oh, let me just throw some stuff away. And then pick up the Bash Gooder. Hooray! Right. We got the Bash Gooder, which means it will be replacing the Thrash Blade. I feel like who you are makes sense when put in context with other people, at least in a meaningful way. Absolutely. When you introduce similar characters, not through words, but how they respond, you can think they're a good person. If they're acting as a jerk, then functionally you're a jerk. We are what we pretend to be. What happened to the Lasher weapon? It's just not actually that good compared to all the other stuff that we've got. Right, so, the Bash Gooder. Is it better than the Thrash Blade? It is more damage. However, the Thrash Blade has the Crusader enchantment put onto it. I might need to put the Crusader enchant onto the Bash Gooder instead. What I'm going to do is put it on my main hand. And keep the Flurry Axe as the offhand. When you meet someone, or when someone becomes aware of you, they create an image in their head of you. They create this, we spoke about this earlier. They create this ideal vision of you. And everything you ever do is judged against that vision. Is it too fast for the main hand? When you say it's too fast for the main hand, what are we meaning? Is it because the main hand damage sometimes does stuff based on the damage range of the weapon? You want faster weapons in the offhand, not optional for DPS. Yeah, the problem is that the weapon I've got in the offhand is the Flurry Axe, which is a 1.5, so it's even faster, and it has a chance to grant an extra attack on the next swing. So I've got the fastest axe that I could get on the offhand. So when I'm comparing the Flurry Axe with the Bash Gooder, but tanks want fast weapons, well, I'm going for this to see what happens. Am I going to accompany Ross to the Parliament? I'm not sure yet. I want to see if I'm free. So the reason... Did you get the Flurry Axe to drop in the wild? I did. It dropped from a maggot in the Sunken Temple. The reason that you want a slower weapon in the main hand is because slower weapons tend to simply hit harder, because they need to keep an average DPS, and because they are swinging less, they need to do more damage on each individual hit. And some of your abilities use your main hand weapon's damage kind of window, if you will, damage range, when they are calculating the amount of damage they do. So you want to have the highest possible, damage top. Oh, thank you for the spider sausage. So, for example, Cleave says, a sweeping attack that does your weapon damage plus 70. So, by having a slow weapon in your main hand, weapon damage is simply a higher number in total. Instant attacks scale based on the weapon in the minimum and maximum damage. This was changed at some point to weapon DPS. Not sure in this version of the game from min-max or DPS. I think it's the min-max of the weapon. Either way, we've got a hammer that reduces the enemy's armor, and an axe that means I can hit more often with the hammer. But yeah, fast weapon go burr. That's also an important thing. Plus, they look cool. I kind of want double hammer. That's my main vibe. Ultimately, I just want double hammer. Dual wielding has a 19% miss penalty. Just hit more often then. By hitting more, just hit 19% more. I do want the Ragnaros style hammer at some point. Just attack faster, yeah. I think using hammers instead of swords misses the point. Yeah, because hammers have no point. It's big flat blocks of metal. Hammers are just short, fat swords. Is the hammer I've got unique? Oh, well, we've pulled. Good luck, everyone. Because if it's not unique, I'll just use two of them. Weapon speed between 1.6 and 1.8 gives faster rage. Oh, that makes sense as well. Because I'm using more rage. I am so close to level 56, which means I can nearly go to Upper Blackrock Spire. In fact, after doing that, I need to get the Valor set. I've currently got one piece of the Valor set, which is the Bracers of Valor. But I really want the rest of the Valor set, because it looks cool. Mummy Spaghetti, I really want to play The Witcher. I also like listening to the stream. I can't play a story game and listen to the stream. Help. I'll help you out. Winds howling. Place of power. It's gotta be. Keep playing The Witcher. I'll just keep saying things from The Witcher. It's fine. Right, what's the plot of The Witcher? Oh, where's Ciri? Ciri, where have you gone? Come back to me. Oh, Yennefer, let's bang on a unicorn. Damn, you're ugly. Place of power. It's gotta be. Put the baby in the oven. Do it. Do it now. That's it. There you go. That's the whole of The Witcher right there, summed up. Oh god, hang on. Let's put some Novigrad vibes into it. Pamaram. Pamaram. Which is all those soldiers do all the bloody time. That was the one thing that I remember from that game so much. Pam-pam-a-ram. Pam-pam-a-ram. That's all they say. Make it your ringtone. In all seriousness, though, go and play The Witcher. The Witcher's way better than this stream. Everyone here is making an actively wrong choice. And in game, which I'm sorry, but when someone says put the baby in the oven, I can't help but see Ezra Miller putting a baby in the microwave. He didn't even know that was part of the film. That was just his vibe at the exact moment. They just gave him the Flash costume and followed him around with a camera. That film just kind of came together at the last minute. Good day, Josh. Are people still telling you you're playing WoW wrong? No, people now just tell me I'm doing everything wrong, which I'm kind of getting used to. I'm starting to care less and less as time goes on. It's great. The English voice actor for Geralt is an absolute legend. There's so much stuff. I've met Doug Cockle a couple of times. In fact, have I told you the story when I met him over breakfast? So I was at an event with a couple of voice actors who were around the place, and I was doing the Session Zero Dungeons and Dragons show that I do on stage with Rage Darling, Billy Tricks, and I think we had either Jasper Cartwright or Zach Hayes there for that time. It may have been Callum Upton, but I was doing a show at either MCM or EGX or Insomnia, one of the big shows, and Doug Cockle was doing some signing stuff at a booth before I was set to go on stage and do the Dungeons and Dragons improv show. And I dungeon mastered the show, and it's like a big physical acted comedy thing. And before the show started, I kind of walked over to Doug, and I thought, you know, I'll be a little bit arrogant, a little bit cocky. I'll shoot my shot. So I walked up and I'm like, Mr. Cockle, yeah, big fan of your work. Just so you know, I'm doing a Dungeons and Dragons show on stage in a few minutes. It'd be really cool if you're in the audience, because sometimes we call upon people. You know, if you've got time, it'd be great to have you there. And he said, you know, thank you for the offer. I'll see what I can do. I'm got a very busy day. And then nothing more was said. I walked off, did the show. Now, I was looking around while I was doing the show, and I couldn't see him in the audience, but it was also a very big audience. There were about 1,000 people there, so you couldn't pick individual people out. And the next day, in the hotel that I was in, I was having breakfast in the hotel restaurant in the morning, and I was just sat there eating bacon and eggs. And from behind me, I heard, "Hey, Josh." And I'm like, "Geralt?" And I turned around, and it's Doug, and he sat there and goes, "Caught the show yesterday. Great stage work." I'm like, "Thanks, Geralt." So yeah, he actually did come down and see it, which was really nice. So he was a very kind guy. Very generous with his time. He's much more softly spoken in real life. He's a very comforting voice. Geralt is just kind of a really good accent that he puts on. But yeah, I've got a lot of time for that guy. Did he use the Geralt voice? He did when he said Josh originally. To get my attention over breakfast, he did say that. Any tips for running a stage improv show? Yeah, run lots before you take on a big crowd. Are actors eccentric? We kind of gotta be. You straight up kind of gotta be. Oh, goodness me. Right, we're closing in on the final boss. We're getting close. Alright, here we go. Got a few more enemies to pull. Josh, do you think we're alone in the universe? Reg, that's a good question. There are two answers to that. Either we are or we aren't. And each of those are equally terrifying. Shep says you're a WoW Classic account holder now, thanks to Josh. You guys, I need to start chatting to Blizzard and taking commission at some point. Because I feel that I've done a lot of work here. Alright, let me just read some emails. Hang on, guys. Important stuff going on. It's free marketing. I mean, honestly, I need to chat to Blizzard at some point. Which dungeon is this one? MZ, this is Lower Blackrock Spire. It is a long dungeon. Good hunter stuff, though. You'd like it here. finally. Double check. Okay. One second. Okay, cool. Something that I can nearly talk about. Nearly. Not immediately, but nearly. Let's wait till Josh has checked emails. I'm ready. You can't even really do Blackrock Depths. Hey, if you're level 55, you can do Blackrock Depths. What level are you? 51. Yeah, you're going to suck here. But don't worry, I'll come back and do Blackrock Depths so you. We'll level you, we'll power level you. It's fine. Don't worry. You're not falling behind. We'll power level you. Can I give one extremely vague hint as to the thing? No. No, I can't. I've signed a contract. I'm not allowed. They would be angry. Right, let's just hang back here. Okay. Kill this thing first. Let's go. What thing? I can't talk about it. I can't talk about the thing. I'm sorry, guys. I can't mention the thing yet. The thing is very important, very big, very powerful. Let's continue to fight these guys. Come on. Just the thing. Just accept that it's the thing. There are motions. There are projects in motion that I'm legitimately excited about happening. I'm very excited about how everyone's going to tell me that I've sold out again. That's the most important part of all of this. Okay, so halfway down, he summons ads. Now, Griff, you are tanking. Griff, as tank, change skull target if you want us to switch. Everyone else just continue attacking whoever is skulled. I mean, people are going to cry about sponsors no matter what. People are going to cry about projects that I do because they're like, yeah, you're just sold out. I'm like, actually, this seems kind of fun. I don't mind doing a kind of fun thing. I can tank anything. Let's burn down the boss. Let's go. Good. Good attitude. Let's do this. All right, good luck, healers. Healers adjust for whatever is about to happen. I'm just going to sunder as often as possible. Once this guy is fully sundered, he'll have no armor. That's my plan. The problem is that I'm using my new hammer, which means that I'm missing quite often. Here are the ads. And he is now stuck facing downwards in the floor. And Ero is dead. You keep getting knocked up. Well, Griff, focus. All right? What you want to do in your free time is fine, but right now, man, we've got World of Warcraft to play. You get knocked up as often as you want. As long as we kill this boss, we're all good. Griff, you stay alive, bro. I am doing teeny tiny amounts of damage to this guy. Hey! Now, yesterday we got the we got the ring. Today we got the relentless scythe. Two-handed sword increases your parry rating by quite a lot. Strength, agility, and stamina. 53 damage a second, but it is very slow. I don't know who, if anyone, needs that or wants that. In this dungeon, it would be nice to others to use max skill weapons than to level them up and having super low DPS. Vulcan, it would, but I'm not going to. So I don't need that. Does anybody need... Hang on, if Griff's about to die... No, we're doing good. I'm leveling stuff up. That's a good warrior weapon. Do I need it, though? It looks cool. It's a two-handed sword. Yeah, I'll greed it. I'm not gonna... You know what? Griff can tank anything, to be fair. Griff straight up tanked anything there. That was a pretty successful tank. God damn. Gemstone of Blood Axe. Griff Pal has not got it. The Relentless Scythe and the command that I've already got. Alright, good job, guys. That was excellent. Griff was full on tank max in that. That was stank tense. You good, bestie? You did good, hero. Hey, I got the scythe. Sweet. Can't wield it to level 57, but I can put it in the bank. I feel we should give some credit to the healer. Yeah, I mean, Day and... There we are. There we go. Isana, you guys were involved as well. That only succeeded because all of you guys did well. But most importantly, my one-handed hammer skill has gone up slightly. Yeah, there we go. It's nearly... Josh, I'm going to be blunt with you. I'm not a healer. I just assumed that you were healing because you're a priest. What do you do then? Are you a shadow priest? Hang on. Inspect. Increases damage and healing done. Increases damage and healing done. Increases... Oh, shadow spells. Oh, you're a DPS. All right, you do shadow things. I just assumed that you were one of the good priests. You're one of the evil priests. I mean, that shows where the DPS was coming from. I give mana. Right, gotcha. So the least useful member of this team is me. I see what's going on here. You're a priest of the shadows. Right, okay. Let's take 5. Good run, all. I give debuffs. That's what I do. Josh is the worst. I'm not the worst teammate. I'm the luck. All right? I am, right now, I'm the cameraman. I am done for the day. You have D&D in 30 minutes. You go and enjoy D&D then. I will... I think you can fall down this way. Let's see what happens if you do this. And then I assume we fall down that way. Oh yeah, perfect. This works. And then we want to drop down... Which way do we go now? I don't think we go that way. That's the regular. This way? Oh, and then there's a big hole in the floor, isn't there? I know where I'm going. Is Classic dead, or is it worth it to start right now from level 1? Yag, it's dead. Sorry, bro. There's 5 players left, and they're all in this dungeon. Right, they've respawned. They've not. And this way? Yeah, I was really lucky to find the 5 people that still play the game. Then we go this way. Okay, they've respawned. I don't know where I'm going, just so you guys know. Like, I appreciate the confidence in me. but I straight up have no idea where I'm going to. But if I lead with enough confidence, you will all just follow me. I've discovered that. All you really need to lead a cult is a lot of confidence. A can-do attitude is like 90. Okay, so that was right. That's got us back to where we were. What if we just go that way? What if we just Hearthstone out? We could do that. I'm going to Hearthstone out. I'm going to see what happens. Perfect. Oh, that's exactly what I needed. And now I can probably find a bank somewhere. You! Who sells me things? Oh, it's raining. That's lovely. Right, you, Fletcher, sell me things.
Well met.
Buy things from me. Buy this gun. And take this meat. You don't want my meat? God damn, alright, rude. I'm just selling more things to you. Take my mystery meat. You don't know what it does or does not contain. And then I can probably go and start some quests, actually. Right, Stone Princess is good, but I want to keep the Braces of Valor until I get the stuff. You don't have any professions? Nope. Yes, you need them. I looked into it. Professions, if anything, purely a suggestion.
Farewell.
Now, I've got a couple of quests. I think I can probably... Okay, I can accept that quest. Cool. I've got this quest to accept. What about Stratholme? I've not been there yet. I will go there eventually. Worry not. There will be... Oh, okay, I've got 2 quests to hand in over at the Burning Steps. This will actually get me a level. So let's fly back over to the Burning Steps and get myself a good old level. Yeah, my profession is cameraman. You're all out here acting like I just don't... I don't have a profession, all right? It's cameraman. It's very important. Now let's see, because I'm about to hit level 56. What dungeons can I do soon? Oh, I could actually do Dire Maul East. I could do Lower Blackrock Spire. I could do Upper Blackrock Spire in 1 level. And Stratholme Main Gate. I could probably... In fact, no, a huge amount of stuff opens up to me. Dire Maul North, East, and West. Scholomance, Stratholme, Blackrock Spire. Okay, level 56 is going to be a big level, isn't it? I'm 2 levels from Outlands. I'm going to wait for Emsy, though, don't worry. I'm going to go back and level up some more characters. You think I like Dire Maul? Does the guild have open slots? Let's find out. Yes. Yes, it does. If we do Scholomance, you can get the helm and the boots. Yes, I can. I'm going to be excited about that. You don't have to wait for me. Have fun. Don't tell me what to do. I would love to see you play a mage. November, I've got a mage character. I've got Conan the Librarian. And he's very good at maging. Didn't he drown? No. No, I think he floated off into the sky. Is he good with books? He's good at punching. Josh, you don't have the classic looking water. Set its quality to low for the classic look. The one you have is from the Cataclysm expansion. Sarko, so far the quality of the water graphics has not yet impeded my ability to enjoy the game. If it does, I will switch it round, but right now I am able to look past it. There's a long quest line to upgrade the Valor set. Yeah, I've looked into that. Actually, that was what I wanted to ask you guys. I was reading the website Wowhead yesterday, and I was looking into the Valor set, where you get it from. It's like the first dungeon set. It looks awesome. I'll show you how it looks right now, because collections, dungeon sets, Battle Gear of Valor, that's cool. That looks awesome. Like, if I can get that as a dungeon set, I'll be really happy. That looks badass as a set. Now, there is a quest to upgrade the Valor set to make it better. Question. Is the time it takes to upgrade the Valor set worth it, considering the fact that this expansion is in the Burning Crusade and will pretty much give me better armor and weapons from the dungeons within Outland, not even to mention the raids within Classic itself? It wasn't, Jesus, it wasn't even worth it in vanilla. Like, even when this was just the base game, Josh, still not worth doing. Love it. Oh, love it so much. All right, cool. Listen, we've got some information for you guys. And there we go. We've leveled up. I've also got some more things. And, oh, beautiful. It was worth it before raids had come out. Am I a PoE fan? I love Pillars of Eternity. I think it's great. Oh, you can give me some stuff. Right, do I want the Trap Hook Jerkin? Do I want the Astoria Robes? Or do I want the Jade Scale Breastplate? I want neither of these because I've got the Savage Gladiator Chain. So I'm just going to sell whatever you give me. I could do it as a journey bit. Absolutely. Bro, I don't think he meant that. What, PoE? That's Pillars of Eternity. Let's fix my stuff, please. I appreciate that. Now I can sell you some things, can't I? Do you want this? Yeah, have some breastplates. I've got all these scales and stuff that I'm just straight up not using. I've got so much quest stuff. Will I run Blackrock Depths again? I mean, we could do another run of Lower Blackrock Spire. And Loser says, hi, I'm a first-time chatter. Proven by the fact that the box says first-time chatter. You are indeed. Welcome to the stream. Josh, you aren't playing authentically. People back then had a 720 CRT monitor. Lily, I'm playing incredibly authentically. All right, downstairs, I'm playing a muffled tape of my parents' divorce to give me that real 2005 vibe. It's like I'm there. Now, what do we do now? What dungeon do we go for? Some of you laughed, all right? Some of you full-on giggled at that. Oh, it's only partly false. Okay, so I've got Diamall. Strathome, I can't do the service gate yet. God damn. What? I probably shouldn't go as a DPS to a dungeon that maxes out at 60. Play some Divorced Dad rock in the background and I'll be fully immersed. Oh yeah, don't worry. We've got a bit of early Nickelback going on. Okay, so where do I get the dungeon set from? The Breastplate of Valor is in Upper Blackrock Spire. Can we do Upper Blackrock Spire? You guys think we could do upper? 57, 61, 57. We could try it. Do you have the key? I do not have the key. Oh, it's a 10-man raid. Right. Not a raid. My bad. Didn't realize it was a raid. Get the trinket quest. Where? We can make a 10-man raid for upper. I need a key, it seems. You can run Lower Blackrock to get the key quest. Okay, how about one more Lower Blackrock Spire, do quests. That could work. Oh, I've got a quest to hand in over there. So who do we need? We've got healer, tank, Mage. So I will pass this to Griff Pala. Grab us a DPS, Griff. AFK 5 minutes for drink. Hang on. Okay, guys, I've been streaming for 2 hours and 43 minutes. Take a break, walk around, stretch your legs, grab a drink, grab a bite to eat. And just in case you don't want to be left on your own, here's a DVD logo. I know, right? Don't say I never do anything for you. Here's a 5-minute countdown. And I will see you beautiful people in 5 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. I'm here. I'm here. Right, listen. If the streamer's more than 5 minutes late, you're legally allowed to leave. Remember that. Did the logo hit the thing? Inju, welcome back. How was drugs? Sorry I was late. I had some meat in my mouth. This is biltong. Biltong is amazing. Right. Okay, Griff, there you are. Cool. Who do we get? We got Nocturne. Okay, cool. One more Lower Blackrock Spire. Then we'll see what we're doing beyond that. Anyone at the summoning thing? Right. Nocturnal's already there. God damn, that's a hell of a lot of... That is a hell of a lot of quests we should probably do. Hang on. I believe Hope Grey wanted to join. You want me to switch out with that after I got the Spire Stone? I mean, sure, we can do one more. I mean, Hope can join us for the next run. If you're there, Hope. I assume you're on a stream. As soon as... I hope, are you on the stream? How does the tree taste? This isn't a tree. This is a stick of meat. This is a stick of blended, reconstituted meat, fat, tendon, whatever other part of the cow they can't sell without sticking it into a tube. And it is great. That is fantastic. Are you sure it's cow? Don't know. All the bits that can't stick in McDonald's burgers. Eyelids, eyelashes, all the good stuff. It's a protein tube. I'll take it. Makes me happy. It's just beef jerky. That's all it is. Yeah, like a pork pie, but it's a cow. You can't make me feel bad for eating food that's tasty. That's why you're a veggie, and I appreciate your sacrifice. More meat tubes for the rest of us. Right. Let's hand in his quest.
Yo, be good. Glad I could help.
Here's some spider stuff. And you're gonna give me another quest, are you, my friend? Oh god, he has a mount. Been a while since I've seen a stream. I'm level 56. I'm level 56. I'm wearing epic armor. I've got the Savage Gladiator chain. We got the Flurry Axe World drop. You know, we're doing good. We're doing decent so far, I would say. Go hit mobs to level the mace. I actually don't need to, because my mace skill is 251 out of 280, so we're actually remarkably close to it anyway. You know, if you guys are able to summon me, that would be amazing. Hey, Rogue, welcome to the stream, bro. How you doing today? What is the flurry axe? Is it any good? The flurry axe is an offhand weapon with a very fast attack speed that has a chance of granting an extra attack on the next swing, which means that there is a chance that the Bash Gooder hammer, every time it attacks, every time it hits, lowers the target's armor by 200. Combining that with Sunder means that we have a lot of stacking up armor reduction. Extra swing gives more rage, which means more damage, which means more rage. The fluffy axe. The fluffy axe is a different weapon entirely, used for a different purpose. Thank you for summoning me, I appreciate it. Okay, let's go this way. Griff, you're too high level to be summoned, but he's on his way. I have indeed been moving. I might hit level 57 today, you don't know. You have no idea. Duffy says, may you be in the guild. You know what? Why the heck not? Any chance of a guild invite? Yeah, sure. Just let me invite some random people to the guild. See what's going on. Alright, cool. We are good. Mental Escape says, Josh, please delete your character and start over. You make a good argument. That's a good point. Well made. I don't know why I could argue back against that. I think... Can anyone think of a reason that I shouldn't do that? He did say please. Fellas, hey, not to bother. Well, tough, you are. I've been watching your YouTube videos for years, and only just now I never followed you on Twitch. Felias, what's wrong with you? How could you do this to me? I've been crying myself to sleep every single night. Nothing to do with you, other reasons entirely, but I'm sure you didn't help with that. Thank you for being a decent and kind, entertaining human being on the internet. Well, now I feel like shit. Because I said nasty things to you straight away. And then you said, and you're sorry. You're sorry, are you? You're sorry. Well, as long as you don't do it again. Optimus Crime says, do you know you're old when you suddenly become interested in World War II? Look, there are stages in a man's life. At one point, you will get really into photographing birds. And at some point, you will decide that you like trains. Ragland, I'm eating biltong, which is just dried and spiced meat. Sometimes you will just get really into something. Isn't that just autism? Yes. Yeah, when you're born, basically, you know how when you go into a dungeon in WoW, a dungeon seed is rolled, so you work out what drops you're going to get from the start. The same happens with autism in real life. Like, you don't get to pick, but you get either really into trains, or numbers, or facts and figures of sporting stars and stuff like that. What else? I think Factorio is a question. Or leveling classic WoW characters. Got My Good Elf says, the question is double O gauge or O gauge model trains. We found one. Right. Which... Oh, hang on. Attunement to the Core. A quest? All of us have got the tism. The problem with me specifically is it was the ore variety and not the Nepo variety, which would have been really beneficial for a career in film. And people are like, no, all men think about the Roman Empire all the time. And then some people are like, oh, all men really like Star Wars and Star Trek. Combine them. Warhammer. That's what it is. It's just the Roman Empire in space. I have told that joke before, Treywick. You don't get brand new jokes every day. Synergy. You literally just booked your Warhammer cruise. There is a Warhammer cruise? There is, I'm not even kidding, there's a Warhammer cruise. On like a battle barge kind of thing. Warhammer is just Star Trek with friends. If there was a Warhammer cruise, I kind of want to go on it. Like, I would do it. Jumping in the old battle barge. Okay. I'm using my hammer, which I think is less damage in general, but should allow you guys... Griff, it should allow you to do more damage. It's a ship that holds 1,000, so take that for what you will. Yeah, but if you're playing a Space Marines, you should win anyway. Alright, so what I need is, from here, the gloves or the boots. Maybe the belt. How should you treat someone who legitimately thinks that the Imperium of Man is the good guy? I mean, Warhammer is a satire of various types of governance and systems and ideologies. But if anyone is getting so into it that an argument is coming between you and your friend based on what they do or don't think about Warhammer, maybe just step away from that discussion entirely. They're welcome to think that. You don't need to engage with something. Just because somebody thinks, you know, this thing means this or this thing means that, it's totally okay for you to say, I don't agree and we're not going to carry this conversation on. Like, if someone says something that you disagree with, it's totally okay for you to just go like, I disagree with that, and not feel that you need to engage in a discussion that's not going to change anyone's mind. Because if you want to engage in a discussion that changes someone's... Oh, there's the... Okay, well, cool, that was a very dangerous pull. There we go. Alright, good luck, everyone. That was the worst possible timing of anything. And yet, we were able somehow to take them all down. Good job there, guys. That was decent. That was very good. Griff Pally, you can tank anything. If you can tank anything, do you want to try the secret boss rush? The secret boss rush. Yeah, the Bosch Ross. We will try the secret Bosch Ross. Sure, no clue what's in it. 20 20 ogres in a row. That's pretty much the entire thing. Not even lying. It's just that. It just straight up is that. I'm already sweating. I can take 20 ogres. The dichotomy of man. Okay, it's the Bosch Ross in Stank Tants. We do be ready. And my job as a warrior is to sunder. You can blast ogres by using the skull pile every now and again. You can. Always be sundering. Also be shouting and screaming, yelling, hitting with a hammer. You know, if I could have 2 hammers, I would be happy. Imagine 2 hammers. Are you imagining 2 hammers? If you already looted all 3 gems, I did. I have already got all 3 gems. That's true, they're all down here. Gemstone of Smolderthorn, Spirestone, and Blood Axe. So we've got those 3 things. Nope. Hang back here. Imagine 1 big hammer. No, imagine 2 big hammers. Hmm. 2 big hammers. I know, right? It's crazy. They said it couldn't be done. Imagine 40,000 Warhammers. It's a silly amount when you think about it. No one needs that many. Personally, I hate tourists in the hobby. I don't think you should be allowed to play Warhammer 40,000 unless you've read and understood the previous 39,999 Warhammers. They build on each other. It's a process. And I think, honestly, if you're just skipping to the end, you kind of don't deserve to know what's going on. I'm gonna go and grab this quest quickly. See that guy there? He's not an enemy. You meant to be able to, like, talk at him or something? Do I wave? You meant... Is this like a quest? Am I meant to do something with him? Oh, there we go. Yo! Oh, you. Okay, cool.
What can I do for you?
You need reputation. What?
King's honor, friend.
Oh, okay, cool. Right, he's not the quest I've got then. My bad. I thought maybe we needed something else. Now let's go this way. On the subject of being 35, they've brought back Feast ice creams and they're nowhere near as nice as they used to be. What's the point in anything anymore? God! It's the one thing we had was Feast ice creams. Okay, what are my quests that I've got down here? Okay. Travel to Blackrock Spire, destroy that War Master. Can do. Mother's Milk. Hang on. I must go to Ragged John when I am poisoned so he can milk you. That's the quest. In the heart of Blackrock Spire, you will find Mother Smolderweb. Engage her and get her to poison you. Chances are good that you'll have to kill her as well. Return to Ragged John when you are poisoned so he can milk you. Dire Devil says, don't, just don't. I mean, I'm kind of sold. Some people are saying, do it. Some people are saying, don't do it. The question is, where's Ragged John? Is Ragged John just like walking around? Look, if you're doing a dungeon run and someone says, get poisoned and then come and get milked, you don't get that opportunity every day. Which is probably a good thing. He's in the burning steps in the cave area with the goblins. Oh, hi, oh my god, so you have to get poisoned and then return to him while still poisoned. How long does the poison last? You can get dispelled by a kind-hearted stranger and thus ruin the quest. Right, and the poison roots you and your party members every now and then. Right, this sounds like an awful design. You did a voiceover for him, remember? No. So I have to find a way. I did Scottish. I did do Scottish. So I'm going to get milked by a goblin. You know, this is what I'm on about. I keep saying that you can't just say to a brand new player, oh, you've got to go and save the world. You've got to make the world a place they want to live in first. If a brand new player joins a game halfway through and they're like, you've got to save the world, they don't care about the world, they don't live there, they've got no memories there. But me, the world is going to be the place that I was once milked by a goblin. And you know what? That's worth saving. When Sam said to Frodo, there's beauty in this world and it's worth saving, this is what he was on about. Milked by a dwarf, actually, even better. You can't expect me to care about the world unless you've shown me that the world cares about me. Did I see Zaryu react to my video? I've seen like the first 10 seconds of it, and then we had a quick chat and conversation, and then I raided him, and then we were all friends. Josh, please, I can't. That's fine. We're not going to go and get milked. Don't worry. We won't. We're not doing the quest. We're not doing it. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, Zaryu looks like a very competent, very, you know, highly skilled streamer. I'm at the age in which the older the game looks, the more appealing it is to me. Oh, same. Oh no, the bromance is already happening. I can't heal IRL. Don't worry, we're not doing it. Griff says I am dying of laughter. If I get poisoned, then I'll see what's going to happen, okay? We'll check. Also, what's the item I've got in my bag currently? I've got this item. Warosh Scroll, Urok Doomhowl, and then this, Roughshod Pike. Urok Doomhowl. Read Warosh's scroll, bring Warosh's mojo to Warosh. Take this note, get me my mojo. Do I read this? I'm going to read it. Once a great ogre mage of the Spirestone clan, I challenged Urok Doomhowl and he stole my magic and cursed me. Urok stays in the shadows, can be summoned through a great challenge. This challenge will be there on. Read on and you will see. I will not read on yet. That's the scroll for the Ogre Rush boss. Gotcha. I know where that is. Right. Also, I may have accidentally ran up and aggroed everything. So I'm going to stick on my defensive spinny blades and then kill stuff. Always remember defensive spinny blades whenever you need them. Oh. Line of sight pull for these guys. I think we should be okay though. Yep, you're down. You need to bring a pike from the weapons rack. I've already got one. I've had it in my inventory for a while. And then you can use the pike to do a special thing, can't you? To kill some of the ogres? I think. This is your first time seeing a dungeon in Classic WoW. It's lovely. Right, what I really want is... There is a very small chance of the trash drop of the Belt of Valor. That's what I need, the Belt of Valor. I would like the trash to drop the Belt of Valor. What mobs drop the belt? All of them. All of them do. Maybe if they drop it, I'll stop calling them trash. Maybe. Maybe they should test that theory and find out. It's in the auction house for like 10 gold or something. It's not about getting the belt. It's about taking the belt. It's about getting it from a drop. It's not just about buying it. There's a principle to it. Right? It's the point. And then as soon as I hit level 58 and go to Outland, everything I ever get will be completely pointless. Because nothing within the main game of Classic is going to be anywhere near as good as what I find in Outland. Remember, guys, it's not about the experience points. It's about the point of the experience. It's not about the experience points. It's about the point of the experience. You thought I was going to do raids. I don't know what I'm going to do. Don't ask me what's going on. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll keep you all in suspense. Maybe I'll get a character to level 60. We'll do that for a bit. The thing is, in order to do raids, we need to find like 10 to 25 people who are also level 60. And most people are going to be pushing through to level 70 because they're going to want to do the endgame stuff. So while I probably will do some raids, I probably won't do them the moment I hit 60. $40 for level 60 raids. God damn, yeah. It's going to be unlikely we find 40 level 60 people. We will probably find people who are like, you know, level 63, 64, 65, 66. There's plenty of people waiting on 60 in the guild. You can still do the raids at 70, can't you? You just want to kind of power yourself down slightly. We wait at 60 and have alts. Okay, in that case, we'll see what we can do. Group around the corner. There's a thread on the Union WoW channel about level 60 raids. Okay. You've been keeping this character on 60 because you want to explore the raids. It's not going to be like a massive problem going to a level 60 raid at level 61 or 62. Like, we want to make it challenging for ourselves. Do you have to take 40 people, or can you take fewer? Because I assume you can take fewer if you want to. Okay. Level 60 raids have level 70 mobs. Okay, cool. So you can go less. So what that would mean is, instead of taking 40 level 60s, we could take 30 level 70s. We could take 20 level 70s. Haha! Stole the chest. Shoulders of the Wolf, mana potion. You know what? You're a shaman. You need those way more than I do. Have some mana, Mr. Shaman. 2070s are still overkill, but yes. Okay, cool. You could take 60 level 40s. People haven't thought about that, have they? What about taking 100 level 10s? We're changing the game here, guys. All right, we're flipping it back and reversing it. What about 1,000 level 1s? Done. That would be easy. That's the Imperial Guard plan right there. Like the 40-man level 1 Hogger raid that we did. See? Never pretend that we don't know what we're doing. Because you don't need to pretend that. It is true. I think we could do it. 1,000-man level 1 raid into an orc city. That would literally be an entire guild of just level 1 characters. And everyone would have to be on the same layer, which would not work. Be fun, though. Oh yeah, it'd be very, very fun. I mean, I'm sure someone's done something like that before. At some point, we have to raid the Horde cities and kill the leaders. Absolutely. Once we're all like level 65 to 70, then we can do that. So in the future, that will work. Some streamers bring so many people it can cause a server crash. That was kind of plan A, to be honest. That was what I was hoping would be able to happen ultimately. Is there a particular reason I picked Alliance over the Horde? I prefer the aesthetics. I hope my day's been good. My day has been good so far, to be honest. Thank you for asking. We're almost halfway to level 57. I'm going to have to start leveling another character just to be able to catch up. To make sure that I don't out-level everyone. You know what I should just do is start leveling another warrior. Just have multiple warriors all at different levels. Now I think I'll level a mage. Can you imagine if off-stream I've been leveling another character the same kind of way? What an absolute flex. Not even a different spec, just another Fury Warrior. Exactly the same. Why imagine we know who you are? You don't know that I am. You don't know my secret characters. How long would it take to do all of this dungeon? I mean, do you mean all of Blackrock Spire in every way? Probably quite a while. I think maybe 2 to 3 hours. I will level on the Horde eventually. I understand people that are like, hey, you should level on the Horde. Have you guys seen the amount of, oh my god, why are you playing a new tune messages that I get all the time? Can you imagine how bad it would be if I play on Horde as well? It would just be endless messages of, is this your main? Why have you chosen this over Alliance? Do you hate the Alliance? It would fit the pattern if I were leveling up on the side. Yeah, you don't know what I'm doing. Feeding, welcome. Aren't you on like a 50 stream streak now? That's incredible. Well done. JD says, stop listening to people's takes. Take tips and all, but just ignore it. JD, that's a really good take. I'm going to listen to what you've just said. Because I think it's important to listen to other people's takes. I think that this entire chat is just the Baron's chat in a Twitch stream. It never changes, it's just gone online for a bit. What's a niche or lesser-known interest or hobby you have outside of your stream life? I collect rare coins. I have almost a complete collection of the English 50p's, and lots of the £2 coins with stuff printed on the back of them. In fact, one of the only 50p's I was unable to find was the Kew Gardens 50p. And as far as the £2 coins go, I've got pretty much everything. I wasn't able to complete the set of the alphabet when they printed that on 10p coins. If you're in the UK, you'll know what I mean by that. You have the Kew Gardens one. You know the Kew Gardens 50p is worth like 100 quid now. I collect a lot of stuff, don't you? Yeah, I need to give purpose to my life. How do I store my collection? I tend to leave it in various bank vaults all around the UK, and I let other people use it as and when they need to. But they all know it's mine, so it's fine. It's like the old Mitch Hedberg joke. He has the world's largest collection of seashells. Perhaps you've seen it. He leaves it scattered on beaches all around the world. Is there something you've avoided because you knew it would make you addicted, like collecting cards as an example? Fox Labs, unironically, drugs. I've literally never... I mean, obviously I've drank alcohol. Dranken? I've dranked. I have partaken in the alcohol, but I've never smoked anything. There's also, as much as I like mead, I'm not a heavy drinker at all. So, like, I'll have a drink once every few days. Not even a cigarette, no. No. Never even like a regular cigarette. Never vaped, never done regular cigarettes, never done weed, never done drugs beyond that. And I went to a performing arts uni. Drugs were everywhere. Like, I was the weird kid in the student union who was like, do you guys do milkshakes? And they were like, what are you on about? I'm like, it says on the board, milkshake. They're like, yeah, but it's like 9 o'clock on a Saturday. I'm like, listen to me, I know what I'm about. I will take that thick milkshake, please. You're still the weird kid now. Absolutely am. How is it possible to go to art school and not do drugs? Skill. Pure skill. I think I played a lot of Guild Wars 2 and a hell of a lot of Neverwinter. Like, I think I probably would have gotten a better degree had I not have discovered Neverwinter. But I don't regret my choice. I miss Neverwinter. That's one of the few games that if it came back in like a classic version, I would straight up just play immediately. I would potentially stop playing WoW for a bit. Like, not a long time. Just a little bit. Why don't you play it? It's still online. Because it's currently like 35 expansions in, and it's completely changed from the version of the game that I knew it as. The mechanics have changed so much, the classes have changed so much, they've got rid of so many dungeons, it's... The difference between Neverwinter as I knew it and Neverwinter as it is now is the same difference between retail WoW and classic WoW. It's unrecognizable from what it was. It changed so much around mod 6 and then heavily again around mod 16 that the classes got completely flipped around. Hey, the slam shot shoulders increase attack power by 20, 470 armor, 21 stamina. I think I want those. They also look pretty cool. I'm becoming a Roman centurion without meaning to. I think I do want the slam shot shoulders because I will equip them immediately. Alright, so without trying to, I've kind of become, especially because I'm wearing the gladiator chain, so if I take off the guild tabard, yeah. Alright. I've already got Omok's head, so I don't need that again. Right, back this way, guys. If they did a Neverwinter Classic, what should be the things you should know for a new character? Provided, if they do a Neverwinter Classic, and it happens before Mod 10 gets released, lifesteal is the most broken stat, and every single character becomes responsible for tanking and healing themselves by just stacking an endless amount of lifesteal, including melee classes. Like, you can survive a boss by just attacking it more, which was my favorite gameplay style. The fact that I could build a character that did so much AoE damage, then my main source of healing was just doing more AoE damage. You stole a certain percentage of all the damage you did, but my character was built around doing AoE stuff, which means that whenever the boss spawned adds, all they were actually doing was spawning a massive healing pool for me. When the boss was like, I'm going to spawn 100 spiders, I'm like, fantastic, finally, health. And then you do a small amount of damage to all 100, which would heal you back up to full, which was great. That's probably why they changed it in the future. Some people say that the problem with classic games is that they come to a point where they end. As in, you know, classic vanilla. World of Warcraft classic vanilla, when you've done all of the stuff and got all the items, it finishes. I think it's okay for games to finish. I think it's fine at some point for games to be like, right, you've done now. It's also okay to start again, because so many people say their favourite part of any MMORPG is like either the very start of it or the very end of it. People always go, oh, it's so much fun when it's low levels and we're going through the low level stuff. I'll tell you what I think. This is an important thing. I think that most adventures, and this applies to Dungeons and Dragons, this applies to tabletop, this applies to MMORPGs, this applies to video games in general. Most adventures are at their most fun when a team of people each have specializations and skills that the others do not have. And I think that it's at its most fun when challenges are possible but not trivial. I personally do not enjoy playing super overpowered level 20 Dungeons and Dragons characters. The reason for this is I don't think
when you've got answers to every possible question, you can make interesting questions anymore. I think, this is me just personally, I find it the most enjoyable when every member of a team feels like they have a purpose to be there. And you, without your team, cannot succeed. Now, I think that MMORPGs should absolutely facilitate solo play. I think there should be an aspect of the game that you can play without needing your team. But I don't think every single aspect of a game should be possible without a team. They should let you try. That's a big thing for me. Let players try without a team. But don't design it to not need one. Which is why I think so many people say they have so much fun in WoW at the kind of low to mid levels, or when they're in raids and dungeons that require everyone to have like a specialty for it. There is a beauty in designing a puzzle that requires teamwork to solve. You know what, Sam? That's what I think it is. When you have fewer possible solutions to a problem, you need to rely on your team to find those solutions. And that's what I like. I like a team that's going to work together to find the solutions. I also think that you should absolutely allow players to take on challenges that shouldn't be allowed for them. Like, if you say, hey, this dungeon takes 10 people to finish, let someone go in solo. You just don't make it easier for them, let them try. If somebody wants to find a way to, beat it, cool, go for it. But MMORPGs appeal to lots of different types of players, and trying to design a game to appeal to everyone means you end up designing a game to appeal to no one. A game for everyone is a game for no one. And every single time I've had anyone pitch me an MMORPG idea and I've said, who's your player base? And they've said, everyone? No, it's not. If you think your player base is everyone, you're going to appeal to absolutely no one. That's like making a pizza by putting every single possible topping ever on a pizza and saying, this is a pizza for everyone. No, it's not. It's got aspects that everyone will like, but it's got more aspects that they don't like. I have to explain this to people all the time. People who design things, they're like, yeah, but it's got a little bit of something for everyone. No. No, it doesn't. What it's got is it's got more stuff that people don't want than they do. Games companies do this. I call this the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse whenever I look at Steam games that are brand new, and it's always early access, open world, crafting, survival. If your game is an early access, open world, crafting, survival game, have you put all those things in because you want to appeal to all of those demographics, or because you think you need to put those things in? Those are often things I see put into games that people feel the game needs, not the actual thing that they're trying to make. Finding the exact middle point between what everyone wants all the time does not mean that you appease everyone. It means that you're giving everyone a majority of what they don't want. I think this point was exemplified when I bought the new... This was years and years and years ago. Has anyone played the new Tomb Raider games? The reboot of the Tomb Raider games. The reboot of the Tomb Raider game had crafting in it, where you could gather resources and materials from around the world and craft. When you guys think Tomb Raider, do you think crafting? I didn't. I think the new Tomb Raider games were trying... I never crafted in the entire game. There is a mission in the reboot of Tomb Raider where you have to shoot a deer with a bow, and then you have to get the materials from it to craft. You don't have to craft, you just need to shoot the deer with the bow. I did that to pass the mission, and then never again. Ever. And I'm like, why is this in the game? I don't think that you have put crafting in the game because you objectively think it makes Tomb Raider better. I think you've put it in the game because you see every other game having crafting and think that you need to have it in. The best part to me of the new Tomb Raider games were the physics puzzles inside the tombs that you had to actually try and raid and solve. I liked that. I mean, Saruman, that's fine if you like it. That's totally fine if you like it. But to me personally, it didn't feel like something that was put in for Tomb Raider fans. It felt like it was something that was put into the game because some board member executive somewhere realized that popular video games had crafting in them, and therefore his game had to have crafting in it. That's what it ended up feeling like to me. Now, narratively, I can totally understand that Lara Croft is a survivor, and therefore we must push through the survival style. I get that as well. But I think Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 really set the foundation for what I expected from the series. Do you think Assassin's Creed Valhalla feels like an Assassin's Creed game? Or do you think it feels like an open-world action-adventure game? And with that question, what is... Okay, this is going to get real meta, because this is something that I've discussed for a long time. There are certain games... We'll take 5 minutes for Noct. You can be on follow. There are certain games that become so synonymous with a certain gameplay style, so inherently intertwined with it, that when we say it is a blah 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 game, we instantly know what kind of gameplay experience we're going to get. Like if I were to say to you, it's a Doom game, what kind of gameplay are you expecting? Fast-paced shooting. It's a Metroidvania. Okay, we've got the idea of that's kind of pushing more out into genre ideas of exploration around with an open world that you can use items to get through stuff. Pew, pew, zoom, zoom. Fantastic. Boomer shooter. I'm okay with that. Rip and tear indeed. If I were to say it's a Civilization-like game, or it's a Command and Conquer-like game, what does that mean? What would that mean? Now, Kaison, it is fine to experiment with your IP. I get that. But you also have to understand that at some point your IP comes to exemplify design choices within itself. It's fine to experiment within your IP. Because I like Command & Conquer, but I also like Command & Conquer Renegade, which is a first-person shooter set within the Command & Conquer universe. But if a new Command & Conquer game came out and it involved base building, but then it also added a load of new mechanics that weren't in the previous games, or it changed around the gameplay style or the speed or the vibe, then you would think, this doesn't feel like a Command & Conquer game. And that's what happened with Command & Conquer 4. I do not mind Command & Conquer Renegade because it changed around so much and effectively it was a different game set within the same universe. Mehdi, I agree. I think that's a great point to bring up. A lot of old Final Fantasy fans didn't vibe with Final Fantasy 16 because it is a very linear game. In fact, there is a... What was the Final Fantasy that just is pretty much just corridors? Was it 12 or 13? Final Fantasy 12 or Final Fantasy... Is it 13? It's literally just a straight line action game. There's almost no open world there at all. Okay? People who liked the open world nature of the previous games didn't like that. Now, it's not necessarily bad. It's just different. And when you say, hey, this is a Final Fantasy game, you kind of know what you're going to get. So the reason that I'm getting into all of this is, what is an Assassin's Creed game? What was it and what is it now? Because to me, an Assassin's Creed game used to be a relatively linear adventure with stealth sections designed around telling a story based on the Assassins versus the Templars. Climbing, sneaking, some physics, some stealth and strategy. I don't necessarily think that Assassin's Creed has to be a big open-world action-adventure game, but it's become that. What is a Hitman game? Now, to me, a Hitman game is when you have the open level that is still, you know, within a boundary that has multiple ways of approaching the assassination attempt. Hitman is a puzzle game. It's an immersive sim. You know what games I miss? Splinter Cell. Splinter Cell was awesome. And it is still like that. You know, Bix, I agree. Yeah, if someone says, hey, we're going to make Hitman, we're going to make Splinter Cell, we're going to make Siphon Filter. All right, cool. I know what kind of games we're going for there. I get this. What I dislike, and this was all looping all back to the idea, what I dislike is when someone says, hey, this is a, for example, Tomb Raider game, but then you sit down and you play it and you're like, it doesn't feel like a Tomb Raider game. It doesn't feel like the series is meant, because series are meant to have feelings to them. A series has a vibe to it. Have you guys ever played a game that just doesn't have the vibe of the series? Devil May Cry 2. There you go. Devil May Cry 1, Devil May Cry 3. Phenomenal games. 2, not got the vibe. Are we talking about Tomb Raider or Reboot Tomb Raider or the Diablo Tomb Raider? We're talking about the Reboot Tomb Raider from like 2009. It's old. Deus Ex Invisible War. Yes, I would agree. You can change the tone of the series, but not the vibe or the whole blueprint. I agree. I think that we had a bit of a vibe shift with Command & Conquer 4 shifted it a hell of a lot. I think Age of Empires 3. I don't know if you guys remember, but Age of Empires 3 was not well received, and yet Age of Empires 4 is actually very well received. And I think it's because there is a feeling, there is a vibe. All right, fine, I'm going to say something that I'm not going to regret this. I don't feel guilty about this. Some of you will disagree with me, but you can't agree with everything I say. I do not like the new rebooted God of War games. Not because they are bad games. They are not. They are very good games. They are very competently made games. When I think the problem is that, in my mind, the phrase God of War is an over-the-top, epic, mythical hack and slash that is designed to play into that extreme power fantasy of killing the gods for the catharsis of killing the gods. I don't think the rebooted God of War is a bad game. I think it's a great game. I just don't think it's a God of War game. And by that, I mean, Kratos is there, but sometimes symbols can be static. Sometimes a symbol or an idea is just a representation of a feeling, of a vibe, of a thing. And I'm not saying that I don't want things to evolve or change. I just think that to me, God of War was the hack and slash that I liked and I enjoyed. It's why, and again, I'm going to make some enemies here, it's why I don't particularly like the new Legend of Zelda's Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Not because they're bad games, but because they've inherently changed what I thought the Zelda formula was and that I enjoyed of it, and it's become so successful that the Zelda formula is now always going to be Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I don't think Breath of the Wild is a bad game. If anything, I think it's become such a bloody successful Zelda game that we are unlikely to get a Zelda game that was designed the same way that Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, A Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, all those things would be. It is such a successful game that it has effectively said, hey, if you're going to make a Zelda game, make it like this. And I miss that. Hasn't Zelda always changed from 1 to 2 to Ocarina and Wind Waker? Yes, it has, Notorious. It absolutely has. But it always had to me, and this is what we were mentioning, it always had a vibe. And I think the vibe of Zelda to me was always... It's similar to a Metroidvania. Big open world that gets more open as you gain items to explore around it, but then there is also themed dungeons within it. And I just didn't really like the crafting. I didn't like the crafting within Breath of the Wild. It's not a bad game. It's a very well-designed game. And if you like it, more power to you. Not telling you you're wrong for liking it. I'm just saying that Breath of the Wild to me didn't feel like a Zelda game. It felt like an open-world crafting survival game with weapon durability. If you'd have taken the same gameplay and slapped a different franchise or a brand new franchise on it, would it have been as successful? That's the question. I sometimes feel, and this again is going to make me sound like a boomer, I sometimes feel that new game designs aren't confident enough in their gameplay direction, and so they slap on a familiar franchise in order to give the players something to latch onto, more than just the gameplay. Players want familiar novelty. The novelty comes from the gameplay being different. The familiar comes from the fact that they recognize the franchise that it's from. But I sometimes feel like it's a way to mitigate risk in design choices. It also artificially boosts sales. Of course it does. This is what I think about the God of War games. Would the rebooted God of War, affectionately known as Dad of Boy, would that have been successful without Kratos being built up as a character before? I think the only reason that works is because Kratos has been built up as a character within the first 5 God of War games. Do you think it would have worked as a character? We care about him as a father. We care about him in relation. I think the reason that the rebooted God of War works is because you knew what Kratos was and now you see what he's becoming. If the rebooted God of War would have worked as a brand new franchise, effectively seeing a previously angry god learn to connect with their son, I fear that they still would have given it a franchise. You haven't played the old games and you really enjoyed the new ones. Yahtzee, that's excellent. That's a great way of looking at it. And I'm not saying that you need to have played the old stuff, because changing and, innovating really does matter. It's possible to absolutely enjoy all the new stuff. Because you shouldn't need to have a level of nostalgia. Gaming does adapt. The audience adapts. We changed around. Interesting vice versa. If you've only played the new ones, would you enjoy the old ones? Probably not. Because to you, a God of War game is a game with crafting, a game with armor that you equip, a game with optional hidden bosses, a game with a big open world that you travel around on a boat, a game with a hub zone that you travel from to and things. That's fine. If that's what that game becomes to you, then when you play a different version of it, it feels really different. This is why so many people dislike it when old franchises get mobile game reboots, because you're using the old franchise as a recognizable hook to bring people into the new mobile game gaming thing. But if you'd never played a Command & Conquer game before, and the very first experience you ever had with the franchise was the mobile reboot, would you care? Would it affect you at all? I mean, personally, more people have played Breath of the Wild than will ever play Ocarina of Time, yeah. But again, it's a thing of, are we just being nostalgic for the sake of being nostalgic? Generals was good. I liked Generals. I think Generals still had the vibe. Warbringer, if you type /camp, you can place a tent and get a huge XP boost for the dungeon. Warbringer, I'm going to just say this one time because it's getting irritating now. If you say that again, I'm just going to ban you permanently from the entire stream. Because that is the only thing that you type every single time you come onto the stream. And it doesn't set up a camp. It logs you out, which right now would be a real problem, because that would harm my team. The first time you typed it, it was quite funny. And then you typed it 10 minutes ago because In fact, let's just see what your messages are. Let's have a quick check of this. 90 messages. If you type camp, 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 if you type camp. Yeah, okay. Let's just not type that again, because that's a little bit weird. You've sent that message over 40 times. That's a bit weird. No, we'll wait. We'll see. It's either dead. It's not a bot, because they were typing about getting Ironfoe when we went to go and do the whatever that is, Blackrock Depths. That's the one. Warbringer's new message just says, "I'm gay, so." Are you 12? Have you asked your parents' permission to be on Twitch? I sometimes think people online forget how to interact with people who aren't within their kind of echo chamber. Do you guys ever think that you speak to people who are very enfranchised, very entrenched within certain kind of subcultures, and then they talk to people who aren't within that kind of friendship group or that subculture, and you realize how strange the conversations within that culture is? I think sometimes people get so deeply ingrained into the way that they talk with a specific social group that whenever they are placed in somewhere that isn't that social group, it comes across as extremely unnatural, almost quite forced. It's like when people try and bring Reddit slang offline. Like, I've heard people in real life say, "I'll give you an updoot for that," or "Oh, you win the internet today, good sir. I tip my cap to you." And I'm like, please. Please. Because that's what they would type as a comment. You accidentally said pog. At a cashier. Am I enjoying Lower Blackrock Spy? I am, actually. It's good fun. It's really good fun. I think because I go to a lot of conventions. I think conventions are a perfect example of when people who are online a lot then interact with people who are not necessarily online a lot. And when you get two people who are both online and talk to each other in a way they understand, cool. Friendship made. But it's when you get two people who aren't online all the time, or one person who is, one person who isn't, and they try and talk. That's when it's a bit weird. Imagine if everyone talked like Twitch chat in real life. God. Some people do. Some people genuinely do. It's very strange. It's very scary. Oh my God, I was in Lidl the other day shopping, and there was like a mum and dad with like 5 kids all running around. All the kids were like super young, and there was one kid hanging on to the mum's jacket, and all this kid was doing, this kid must have been like 7 or 8, all they were doing was just going 6 7 6 7 6 7. They would not stop chanting it the whole time I was there. And I'm thinking, that kid is just going to do that. It's like a Gen Z call and response. That's what it is. And yeah, we had weird stuff that we used to say. I mean, Charlie the Unicorn was bloody weird. But it's almost like a verbal... It's like a generational verbal tick. It's just stimming, but with new words. Well, I'm dead. Sorry, Josh, that's okay. You let me die. I was having a drink. Stimmed too hard, guys. I sixed too close to the 7. Also, what's down here? I've never been this way before. Thank you. I've never been down here. Is there anything down here? Oh, it's just lava. Okay, cool. Alright. Wet lava. Okay. Nothing down here then. Let's keep going. Bix, I'm not going to blame kids for having their dopamine receptors hijacked for the rest of their lives. Oh no, of course. Of course. Unfortunately, it's whatever they get told to do. And it's a socially acceptable thing to do now as well. It's socially acceptable that you must say that. I don't want to come across as, you know, uninformed boomer. But at the same time, I do think maybe the amount of screen time that kids are having is maybe having a bit of a detrimental effect. I'm just thinking maybe we're starting to notice a problem. You know what's weird is the last time we got to this exact part of the dungeon, the conversation loop that we were on was talking about how human beings are living in tribes too big to be able to physically keep up with everyone in that tribe. And now we're basically complaining about society again. One thing that I think is really damaging for kids as well is the fact that everything is recorded, which means stupid stuff you do as a kid gets shared around to absolutely everyone. I'm sure we all did stupid stuff as kids, but it's not recorded for everyone everywhere all the time. So many people will look back and be like, I am so glad that camera phones weren't a thing when I was doing stupid stuff. I really don't think the parents should post as much stuff on Facebook as they do about their kids. Baby pictures, young toddler pictures, you know, primary school pictures, high school pictures. Your entire life has been just, at this point, documented, which is weird. I don't know how old you are, Josh, but we're similar ages and kids in high school had camera phones too. They did, Froggo. We had that cool phone that had the spinny kind of bolt in the middle that was advertised with the Matrix. That was a super cool phone. And they had the Razr. All the cool girls had the pink Razr phone. But I also think that... I think there was slightly more policing of phones when... At least from what I can remember. I can seem to remember that when I was in high school, while people had phones... they were clamped down on pretty bloody quickly when someone started playing with a phone in class. People did used to say, do not talk to strangers from the internet and do not get into strangers' cars. And now I have an app on my phone that literally summons strangers from the internet specifically so I can get into their car. Phones have become more addictive because they are no longer being designed as a thing that solves a problem, as a thing that makes sure problems are never encountered ever. It's become the idea that you should not need to think or step away from your phone. You never stop to think about kids, teens using Uber, do they actually? Provided you've got it connected up to a payment method. Yeah, of course you can. Whether the Uber driver will accept it or not, that's their choice. You know what? I have been well this evening. Thank you for asking. We are pushing through Lower Blackrock Spire again. You're looking backwards for solutions, need to look forward. How do we integrate into education? How do we limit and protect youth from the dangers of social media? Oh, I completely agree. Absolutely. It doesn't help to just be a kind of backwards Luddite and say, oh, well, back in my day things were like this, because we can't go back to that. You cannot step in the same river twice, for you are not the same person and it is not the same river. How do we take the situation that we're in now and find a way to make it positive? And I think one of the ways that we solve that is by discussion with students and discussion with parents of students. The problem that we then run into is people do not want to take on problems. People do not want to put themselves at a temporary lack of pleasure and lack of dopamine in order to help themselves out in the future. I absolutely agree that we should find a way to work with the technology that we have now. But when the technology that we have now is, I am going to give you all of the answers all of the time, and you do not need to struggle or suffer, when going through the process of struggling and suffering is itself character building. How do we do that? Am I going to play Retail WoW? Don't know, Warbringer. What we're up against as a society is the notion that going through difficult training is meant to be more difficult than the thing you do. The reason for this is when you come to do the thing you do, it seems easier in comparison and you have more energy free if something goes wrong. Train harder than the thing you need to do is going to be. But that is not pleasurable. So how do we tell people to do the thing that's not pleasurable because it has benefits in the long run? It's delayed pleasure. Why would someone need delayed pleasure when they can just fry their dopamine receptors until the day they die? I mean, at the minute, right now, what we're seeing is we're seeing a very good example of how Slanesh would win. When you say to someone, hey, you didn't think about this stuff, we'll take care of it all for you. Coat Goat, I agree. Training should be current level +1. Slightly harder than what you need to do. Give me the stupid belt. I've seen the belt for all the other classes like twice. Nurgle will eventually win. We know that Nurgle will win in time. Train hard, fight easy. Yes, Bix, I agree. They require good role models in the media they are consuming. Absolutely. Good role models matter a lot. People don't quite understand how powerful having a good role model is. The problem is that good role models don't make a lot of money. And when people have a level of influence, a level of power, the most important thing to that person becomes using that influence and power to make money. Because a lot of people online who spend time cultivating that influence and cultivating that power they want to then monetize it. People that build up Instagrams that have millions of followers, people that build up Twitch channels that have hundreds of thousands of followers and thousands of live viewers, people that build up YouTube channels, people that are like, oh, you sold out. Well, ultimately, the point for a lot of those people is to then monetize it, so that becomes their job. If you put a huge amount of time and effort into putting yourself in a position where you could be a role model, and then someone turns around and says, hey, we can make you very rich because the people that we want to reach in an advertising way, you already have. A lot of people are going to be okay with that. Because a lot of people that want to be role models put themselves in positions of power simply so they can monetize it. Right, it's a large, solid chest. Let's give it an open. It's Wanderer's Boots of Power. 36 attack power. Ooh, 100 armor, strength, stamina, agility. Ah, they're green. I don't need those. You guys can have them. Dan, we need more examples of virtue without it being performative. I agree. However, if the virtue is not performed, what happens if nobody ever knows? What's more important to society? Someone living 100% virtuously, but never influencing anybody else to do the same? Or someone living 60 or 70% virtuously, but in doing so convincing many other people to live more virtuous lives themselves? That's a tricky bit. And I had to contend with this question when I read a book called The Moneyless Man by... oh, goodness me. He's gone on to have a good... it could have been Danny Wallace. I think it was Danny Wallace. It's either Danny Wallace or Dave Gorman. I think it was Danny Wallace, because those two work together on quite a lot of stuff. The Moneyless Man was a really interesting story about a guy trying to live without money for like a year. And he just lived on the system of barter. You know, trade this, trade that, collect this, collect that, upcycle this, recycle that. Mark Boyle, that was the one. Sorry, Mark Boyle. And the Moneyless Man was a fantastic book, and I read it, I really enjoyed it. So the virtuous man doesn't interact with anyone ever. That's a weird assumption. Sarugi, that's not the assumption I've made at all. We're talking about examples. If you want... jumping in with that, I think, is disingenuous. I think you've made a really bad faith interpretation of that right there. Sarugi, let's just keep going through with this. I'm also not... Eric, the way you define 70% virtuous would define 30% virtuous life. I'm not trying to be... The problem with discussions online, as I've said before, when you talk in generalities, people want specifics. And when you talk in specifics, people want generalities. Let's just focus on the overall general concept of this right now. The idea is, would you rather live a life that you believe is the correct way to be, but in doing so, influence no one? Or would you rather live a life that is less virtuous than you would personally want it to be, but in doing so, influence more people to do the things that you think would be good? In doing so, increasing the overall amount of positivity within the world, even though you yourself are not exemplifying it as best you possibly could. What's the better choice? To be a perfect example that never gets seen? Or to be a good enough example that has a bigger impact? It's not black and white. It's really not black and white. It could be a thing that... exactly, it... But Hooked on a Feeding says, if everybody would do A, nobody would have to do B. True. But I think what we're doing there is we're forgetting the most important part of all of these systems, which is human nature. Venom Spitter. Unique one-handed mace. Chance to poison. It's a 1.35% drop. Cool. Why are we doing therapy? Because, Shira, that's what this whole stream becomes, ultimately. Right, Venom Spitter. 39.5. That's more damage than Bash Gooder. It's slower. Poisons target for 7 nature damage every 2 seconds. It also, Fang of the Crystal Spider, immobilized the target and lowers their armor by 100. Is this a set for dual wielders? It is a set for dual wielders. That could be my set. I could get a poison set right there. You guys okay with me needing that? If you need it, then need it. If not, we're going to poison the target for 7 nature damage. It's a one-handed mace. Let's go. And it looks cool, which is the most important thing. Right, let's actually equip that. So we're going to lose Bash Gooder, and we're going to stick on Venom Spitter. Poisons target for 7 nature damage every 2 seconds. That could be good. Alright. Let's give it a go. See what's going to happen with it. Could be good, could be bad. Let's find out. I think if we had compassion for people ourselves, others, the things like helping people from a dopamine validation will help you get back on track. Yeah, it's... A lot of stuff could be achieved if we just focused on the positive of human nature. The thing is that it only takes a small amount of negativity to make a large amount of difference. I read an interesting example yesterday. If you put a teaspoon of wine in a barrel of sewage, you have a barrel of sewage. But if you put a teaspoon of sewage in a barrel of wine, you have a barrel of sewage. It only takes a very small amount of something to change a huge amount of something else. So when we operate on the idea that if every human being simply acted in a way that was productive to the whole, it would be a better system overall. I completely agree. But we also have to contend with human nature. And you know that ain't happening. So what we were talking about earlier was the nature of performative empathy, performative care. And what I was bringing up the notion of is some level of empathy and care does need to be performative because people need to see it. Would you rather, if you had £1 million to donate to a charity and you did it in secret, that's going to be beneficial for the charity, but it's not going to inspire anyone else to do it. If you were to say, hey, I'm going to give £1 million to a charity, look at how good I am, then yeah, you're getting the social credit of doing it. But you might inspire somebody else to do it. Does doing something in secrecy increase its social value? Well, the answer is only if it's discovered. Maybe the act itself will inspire people to donate. What if they don't know about the act? That's what we're talking about. If people don't know about the act, if the act is not public knowledge, the old saying is one of the best things to happen to a man is charity he performed in secret to be revealed. Tasty Squid, you're kinda defending Mr. Beast. No, Tasty Squid, I'm not. I'm talking about the philosophical idea of what is better. The idea to do something pure in secret, or the idea to do something pure out in the open, which will inspire more people to do it. The old line is, do you think the beggar cares where the coin comes from? And if you jump in here and say, you're kind of doing that, if you think I'm doing that via process, I absolutely understand. that you think I'm doing that via process. But what is better? Consider this. And again, I'm not making a moral judgment. I'm asking you guys to think about the moral judgments on either side. Let's imagine you had £1 million you were ready to donate to charity, and you can do it in secret. That charity gets £1 million. Let's imagine that you then go public and say, I will donate £1 million if the public can raise £100,000 collectively. Some people are going to do it. Some people are going to donate money to the £100,000 thinking that you're going to donate $1 million. Now, you could have done that million anyway, but you didn't. You put pressure on people to raise more money. Now, from a purely kind of utilitarian point of view, the charity you've raised money for now has more money. That's an overall good. But you have only raised that money by effectively saying, hey, look at me, look at what I'm going to do. You have gained a level of social credit. Should you have just done the thing you were going to do in secret? Donor matching is very effective. But do you think it's... I mean, altruistically, it is effective. But some people dislike that. They were like, no, you should just do it in secret. Pristine black diamond, don't need that. It is performative to a degree. If you're going to do it without conditions, because then feedback will be pure to yourself and your actions. Analyt, if you do it without conditions, then people aren't going to necessarily be as motivated to also donate extra money to it. If you put a condition on it, people will want to meet that condition. And if meeting that condition generates more money for the good cause, is that a good idea? Because yes, I understand and I agree with you that placing the condition on it sucks. But if placing the condition is what allows it to be more beneficial, is it a good thing? Is it more about the purity of the act on an individual level, or is it about the total impact of the act as a whole? And the answer is, it's personal. No one knows. You fail to see how those are exclusive. They don't have to be, but people make them. Is it better to look like you are doing good while doing less good than you could possibly do? Or is it better to look like you are being a pompous, arrogant, narcissistic asshole while actually doing more good than if you just kept quiet? Puddles, if you don't meet the condition, still donate the million in private. Yeah, of course you could. Absolutely. I mean, Albardo is mentioning about whether this is a reference to the Friends episode. Not specifically, but I do think that episode does cover it quite nicely. The idea there is no selfless act, because doing a selfless act can make people feel good, which itself is a selfish thing to do. You've noticed an uprising in videos where people gift stuff for free and someone in the comments will send them money to cover it, even though the video gets thousands of dollars in the ad revenue? Yeah, of course. There are people who will not do a good deed unless it is being filmed. The question is, if the good deed is not going to exist without the film, at what point is the film actually helping the good deed exist? Right, I think this is where we do the mini-boss. You guys ready for the Boss Rush challenge? The Japanese salaryman videos scam. Oh, hang on. Ruben, is that what I've been seeing recently? I've been seeing a load of videos online of, like, you know, my day as a salaryman, and it's like the camera just shows the floor of the apartment, getting the food ready, going down the steps, in the lift, walking around the streets in Japan, in the office, printing off stuff, doing things, walking back. It's quite relaxing to watch the process, but at the same time it is quite Yeah, it is quite exploitative. Okay, so I need to use, I think, one of these things on this. Right, what's the exact thing that I need to do with this? Hang on. Right. Does throw through magic. Charmed him with a spell that can strike dead any ogre who challenges him. This is where you must go to face Uruk. Find a roughshod pike. Got one. When you have the pike, charge your way to High Lord Omok, kill him, and place his head on the pike. Right, where is High Lord Omok? Have I already killed him, or not? Then you'll be ready for the real challenge. First boss. Okay, gotcha. Hang on. So, Omok requires Uruk's tribute pike. I've got the tribute pike. It's there. Roughshod pike. And I've got that there. I can't interact with these skulls. Click the skull pile. I can't click it. Go to the place of power above, at the place that the skull's enemies. Yep, done that. Use the head. Okay, cool. Right, spawn challenge to Uruk. Right, let's go. Good luck, team. Scared the shit out of me. There's going to be like 20 of these guys, so good luck, everyone else. They are going to keep spawning, by the way, so we very much need to focus like one of them down. When I say they keep spawning, I do mean they just keep spawning. So manage your mana as well as you can. You can click the skull pile once for an AoE. Okay. Do you got one big AoE that kills stuff? Let me try and get ready for this one. You guys are saying mages first? Okay. Mages first we can do. Griff, don't die. Right, you've used up the stone. Right, I'm going to kill the mages first. We can kill the mages first if we try. Everyone focus the skull. Attack this guy from behind if we can. Griff, don't die. Well, Griff's dead. That's fine. If you can summon, if you can heal me, that'll be okay. Oh, well, we tried. That's okay. We got so far. We actually got the dude to spawn. Uruk Doomhowl. We got him to spawn. Can you... Wonder if I should get up. No. Ugh, well, we gave it a good go. Right. Can... I would say we release. That's how it usually goes. Well, let's release and run back. Now, the dude does stay there if we can get all the way back. What are my opinions on why would you play a human in another fantasy race? I'm of the belief that humans can be very interesting. Oh, they can. Absolutely. I play humans because I like the indomitable human spirit against the vibe of effectively the horrors of whatever the fantastical races and abyss can be. You need to focus the enforcers. They have a stacking bleed debuff that will kill the tank. Gotcha. Yeah, I like the indomitable human spirit. I like the idea that we can constantly and consistently overcome the worst that can be physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically thrown at us and push through because humans have the ability to overcome anything. The Pala tank can get rid of all the bleed stacks with bubble. Oh, cool. You can heal the tank with a major AoE damage, the stacking dot of the enforcers. Right, so the enforcers next time, if we do it again next time. But I think maybe we're a tad under-leveled for what we need to deal with this. Let's not do this extra bit. I think sometimes I like the fact that humans aren't necessarily special, which means that the actions they perform are themselves special. You aren't the chosen one, but you can choose to be the one. That's what I like. I like the idea that you can stand there with nothing special or magical about you and choose because you believe it's the right thing to do. To stand up against unspeakable horrors. Now, we can fight the boss if the boss is there. Yeah, absolutely, we can. The boss does despawn, though, and I think he may despawn if there's nobody in the dungeon. So we'll have to run through to the boss and see if we can get to him. Someone mentioned earlier, whenever I talk about things that, you know, I can come across as hypocritical. I would like to hope that I'm not, whenever we discuss these difficult topics, I would genuinely like to hope that I'm not making moral judgments for or against what people do or don't believe. And I would like to hope that we're just talking about we're talking about talking at this point. It's a theory about theories. It's kind of meta in that aspect. Let's just wait for Hero. There we go. Cool. We're talking about concepts and ideas. Yeah. And you guys will notice it more and more, that whenever I talk about specifics, people want to know how that specific matches a general. And whenever I talk about generalities, people want to know how it matches the specifics. And I'm like, it's difficult to match up one with the other constantly and consistently. But as long as people are able to think about thinking, we're going to get somewhere with that. That's going to be a good thing that we can do. Right, so what should I be attacking with in the main hand? We probably want the Flurry Axe in the offhand. We probably want the Venom Spitter in the main hand. It's going to poison them. I mean, yeah, you can always find an edge case of anything. And if I say, hey, this applies to 99% of things, they're like, well, this 1% doesn't match, therefore the whole thing is irrelevant. No, I mean, you can, that one thing can suck. Goddamn platypus. Making no biological sense. But we're not going to throw out entire theories because one small aspect doesn't work. We're going to find a way to ingratiate that into the theory. Griff, I'm following you with this one. Why is the platypus always targeted? Because biologically it makes no sense. It's the platypus, isn't it, that you biologists look at it and they're like, what are you doing? Like, it breaks so many rules that we've established for so many other things. Now, hang on, patrol. Josh, I am directionally challenged. I'm following you, Griff. Griff, you can potentially tank one guy. Oh, hang on. I forgot that Nocturnal's with us, because you're being all stealthy and stuff. Okay, cool. Now let's keep going. Okay, so I think we're closer. Any plans on going till max level, or are you going to switch again? Trick question. Both. Max level, then switch. We are on our way, I think. You can click the pile of skulls every 30 seconds for big AoE damage. I did not know that. Ah, he's despawned. Wait, no. He's still there. Sweet. Okay, he is still there. This is great.
Alone be praised.
We can probably try and look. He might despawn anytime soon, so we should lure him back. I'll find the others. Good luck. I think maybe Nocturnal should go and try and find the others, if you know where to go to with this dungeon. Oh, God, no! Okay. Should I go in? Griff, Pallet? It might even be a case of we have to lure the guys all the way back to us. I have an idea, I'm afraid. Go for it. Oh, you have no idea. Okay, gotcha. It might be a case of we need to lure the boss all the way back to where the other guys are. Okay, I'll see if I can go and find these guys. Right, where are you? The rest of the team. Look at the map. Look at the map, work out where you are, I'll try and find you. We're currently in the Skitterweb tunnels, which means you guys should be down there below me. You down here? We got you? We got you. Okay, cool, we're good. Follow me. Around here. Map's what confused you. I think you should... Look at the map. You guys are super close to me, I think. Just hoping that the boss doesn't despawn. If he despawns, he despawns. The little arrows point up or down for whether they're above or below me. Yes, that I am aware of. There are mobs, though. I'm coming to you guys. Worry not. Worry not, my children. I will come and rescue you from the evil mobs. And then we'll fight together. Right, you guys should be like super... You're above us! You're above! Drop down! Drop down! Drop down! I think you're above me. You above? You can drop from the... Oh, they're there. Cool, let's go. Right, let's see if we can make it to the boss in time. We got this. I believe in all of you. I think we can make it back in time. What we might need to have happen in a second is we may need the tank to engage the boss just to guarantee the boss remains, and then we bring the healer to you kind of halfway through. Am I planning on doing any of the raids later? I don't know. If I see you guys behind me, I'll engage. 1 minute away. This is how Classic is definitely meant to be played. Absolutely. Abso-gosh-darn-lutely. T-minus 20 seconds. Nocturnal, we're here. Right. Boss engaged. Focus the Enforcer first, because this guy is the one that's going to give us the problems. Okay, switching to Berserker stance so I can do rage and not get feared. There we go. Alright, new plan. Now we're on the boss. We're doing fine. We don't need the pile of skulls, not yet. Can you disarm the boss? Hey, the Rose Wine Circle. Restores 5 mana per second, increase healing done by up to 29 and damage done by up to 10 for all magical spells and effects. That's pretty good. Amazingly, not from the guy we thought that it was from. That's a best in slot ring for healers. That's a pretty good ring for the old healing team right there. And we also got some mojo. Lovely. 60 pre-best in slot healer ring. Well, congratulations. Isana, you should be... Right, you've got increased healing done by up to 24. Increased healing done by up to 6. Golden ring of power. You might have got a better ring for yourself there, my friend. Okay, let's keep it going. We're doing great. Good job, guys. Passive mana gain is good. Passive mana gain is often very good. Do I plan on stopping once you get through the vanilla zones, or am I going to continue into the Burning Crusade stuff? I think I'm going to jump straight to Mists of Pandaria. I think I'm going to get to level 59 and then just start playing Rift. Everyone is so focused on what I'm going to do, and yet no one seems particularly interested in just enjoying the journey. Just enjoy the journey, guys. Just chill. Don't know what's going to happen, Bran. Who knows? Could start a druid. Could go crazy with it. Could just restart the whole game. What we'll eat for dinner tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe just a cup of tea and some discipline. Maybe I'll have 3 entire cream eggs. Maybe I'll have 2 Easter eggs. Maybe I'll go crazy and have a pre-made salad from Marks and Spencer's. That's a lie, that's way too expensive. You guys don't know what I'm going to do. Am I going to sneeze in the next 25 minutes? Why? Are you on some kind of weird bet market? For what it's worth, what's the question? Josh exceeds everyone. Why do you guys get so amazed at the fact that I've got far with the game? It's just patience. Patience and having a really bloody good team of people who are willing to carry you through all of the content. As long as you've got that, you can get really far. I am, however, starting to realize that maybe my Thrashblade and Flurry Axe, both with the Crusader enchant, did end up being the better choice for pretty much everything. Right, so we want to be going up there first, because I think there's a boss that way. Either way, your choice, Tank. Do I ever plan to become a first monitor streamer? No, that'd be too much pressure. I don't think I ever want to have too much pressure, you know. It's important for me to be able to, you know, relax at the end of the day, not worry too much about things. Josh, do you ever want to become a streamer? Maybe one day. Maybe if it's in the cards one day. You know, I'll just keep pushing. We'll see how it goes. And, you know, if people want that, they want that. If they don't, they don't. The chat in the stream never fails to make you laugh. It makes me laugh as well. Josh, would you ever want to play WoW? I just hate retail. It's not the kind of work environment that I want to return to. But retail WoW is probably fine. Josh, what are your thoughts on thoughts? I think too much. I think that if I don't jump in and have strong opinions on opinions, then other people will think that my lack of opinion on opinions is endorsement, when it's not endorsement. So sometimes people have ideas and thoughts and opinions, and I have to come in and say, hey, I disagree with that. And they're like, you got one guide. I'm like, no. They got one guide. Because I'm just one guy. Will I be playing Guild Wars 2 again, says John. John, my lawyers have advised me to say maybe. Josh, how many lawyers do I have? My lawyers have advised me to say some. This is currently my break from Guild Wars 2. Good! Everyone needs a break every now and again from stuff. Are your lawyers two socks that you put on your hands? No, one of them is this sock on the microphone. That's why I can hear everything. Nobody expects the lawyer sock. How many barristers? Half as many barristers as lawyers. Josh, how much do you pay for lawyer advice? My lawyers have advised me to say, not enough, I should pay them more. Griff, don't die. Is Inju one of your lawyers? My lawyers have advised I say maybe. There's a lot of advice going on here. Oh, we pulled. Focus down this guy if we can. God damn, I am being silenced a lot. So, I'm going to switch to Berserker stance so I can no longer be silenced. Okay, that didn't work as well as I thought it would. There we go. That's better. Josh, are my lawyers secretly wet ghosts? Can I just have one secret? Can I just have one thing that's uniquely mine? The wetness of my lawyers and their ghostular preferences and vibes are not anyone's opinion or interest beyond mine. Just let a man have some wet ghost lawyers. I'm gonna kill this quartermaster. Dry ghost lawyers it is. Alright, give me something sexy. The Cloud Runner Girdle. Strength and agility. Do not need that. It's leather. It's less that. It's less that. It's less that. That's just good for basic. That's not a good drop. Straight up not a good one. There's no rares in there. Oh. Yeah, like if you need it, then go for it. No, we're good, Griff. Let's just do the... Let's do the thing. Let's go this way. Onward to the boss. Nocturne is invisible, which is fine. How many chocolate eggs have I eaten so far? My lawyers have advised me to stop eating chocolate eggs. Okay, so we're fighting Halcyon first, are we? Okay, then. Everyone inside the room, let's go! We might need to go inside the room, guys. Inside this bit here. Not you, Halcyon, in the chat. You're great. Slash claw bracers. Mail. Don't need it. Alright. Where's the big bad? There's the big bad mother. Alright, time for you, my friend, to get sundered. A, B, C, always B, sundering. And after everyone has been sundered, now the Slavener will die. Maybe I can build up enough rage and do a final. There we go, nice big hit on the end. Ooh. The Rombeard Protector. It's an offhand shield with lots of armor, good block, intellect, and spirit. That seems like a shaman. Is that a shaman shield right there? It's a cool looking shield. Looks like a kite. Shaman, go for it. I don't need it. It's all yours. Do whatever you need with it. Or a paladin. A paladin can use that too. Literal kite shield. Ah, you've already got the Crest of Supremacy. That's pretty good. Restores 4 mana per 5 seconds, so it's useful to you. Okay. Alright, well, someone gets it. I'm so close to level 57. God damn, we have really motored today. The Husk of the Nerebekan. Got this one that gives HP. And now we very slowly, but very carefully, and I've got this shield up here, the Stone Shell Guard, which gives strength and stamina, which combines with my Rubidium Hammer for when I'm finally doing my tank build. I will do a tank build eventually. I will learn to tank. Whether I will be good at tanking or not remains to be seen. But I will learn to tank. Question for the chat. How do you tank? Like, I know the idea is just stand there and get hit. I think the reason that I hated tanking at the early levels was because you basically have no tools on how to do it. A, B, C. Always be sundering. Is that the whole job of the tank? Hit stuff and yell a lot. I'm doing that already. You just kind of sit there. Cool. Most aggro comes from hitting the mobs first. So demo shout and thunderclap. Okay. So lots of thunderclaps, lots of demoralizing shouts, lots of attacks, lots of hits. I'm picking up what you're putting down here. Mostly positioning. I can do that. Taunt them when the mages and healers get the aggro. Ah, they won't get that, not with me around. And then don't be in berserker stance and use a shield. Gotcha. Need to eat, so let's rush. If you need to eat, let's do this. With rush, I just mean keep at the same pace. Yeah, cool. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. There's a group on the right. Are we avoiding those guys? Okay. Nope. Sometimes one of the best things we could do is just gather everyone together and kill them all. We will get you to the final boss. You want the mage to have aggro. If you have aggro as a tank on slowable plaques, you're taking unnecessary damage. Okay, your job is to tank unkiteable mobs. I'm learning. I'm learning lots of things. Right. Do we want to grab those guys or not? Is it worth killing just so we don't risk a wipe? Also, our mage just fell down. Okay, there we go. That's fine, don't worry. We've got this still. It saves time to clear, yes. I prefer to clear, just because I still need the experience and the drops. Griff, don't die. Oh, well, there's the pull. Yep, this is why we always clear. Was that me? Probably. Hero's alive still. No clue. I think that was me. That's fine. If you need to go and get food, you go and get food. Hero, I don't think there's much you can do here. Wait. I will get up. Okay, cool. And then you will get... Hang on. Hero, you might need to freeze that dude. Right, if you can res someone, ideally the tank or me. Watch the bridge. Can't battle res. Oh, okay, cool. Good luck. Well, Hero's dead. This is why I prefer to clear slowly. But we did well up to that point. Do you need to head off somewhere? Who needed to head off for food? Griff, if you need to go and get food, you go and get food, man. That's okay. Do you guys mind finding the time? Not at all. We will go. Does anyone want to tank the very last boss of Lower Blackrock Spire? You know what? Nocturne, either you or I could do it. It's okay. Noct, do you want to tank? Or do you want me to tank? This could be... I am talented to tank. Nocturne, you do it. It's not my time to shine. This is you doing it. Right, Noct, you are a tank. Which means we need either one DPS or... Yeah, DPS needed for the last bit of thingy. We're not doing it yet. Nocturne, you've never tanked this boss. I've never tanked anything ever. I think maybe you are... You're level 58. You've got way more stuff than I got. You're a 61 lock. Could join if needed. Balroth, do it. Balroth, message me in the game. And I will invite you. Bal, what's your in-game name? Your in-game name is Bal. That's pretty cool. Right, drop me a PM if you can. And I'll see if I can invite you. Bal. Okay, cool. We're straight. The God of Murder is also involved now. That's pretty cool. Okay. The God of Murder is a gnome warlock. God damn. Alright. We will summon you, Bal. Reserved it when the servers dropped. I can see. Had to be a gnome, didn't you? We were on the cusp of greatness. We were that cool. Bal's not tanking. Nocturnal will be. I will go full DPS for it. Got to resurrect first, then I'll be able to come and summon you. Yeah, what's up, Seg? I can see that you've asked that question several times now. You've been playing this game for 20 years. But as a British person, can I answer the question? Bal is a DPS. What is the question? Seg. Why is Refuge Point and not Refuge Point? Please help. I don't know. I'm glad I helped. Right, Bal, where are you, mate? Do you need a summon? Ah, you're 61. We can't summon you. We may not be able to summon you. That might be a problem. I'll go and find out. Oh, the other stone goes to 61. Right, in that case, myself and Nocturne will go and grab that. And then it's going to be a case of you pretty much just tanking the last boss. Not tanking, sorry. DPSing for the last boss. Alright, Nocturne, you good for tanking? Sweet, you know what you're doing. Where's the other summoning stone? Oh, it's there. Is that what we're fighting toward right now? I assume that's what you're fighting toward right now. I think so. Love it. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Right. I don't think it's this way. I think it's down there. Where's the sub... What is that? Orb of Command. We don't need the Orb of Command. Where is the summoning stone for where we are going? Can we just drop... Can we... You can't drop out this way. There's glass in the way, apparently. Where is the summoning stone? Jump off the balcony. Okay. Yeah, that seems safe. Alright, jumped off the balcony. Down here. Oh, there it is. Gotcha. Alright, Baal, we're getting you. We're getting you summoned on over. Found it. Need help. There we go. Nox on the way. We grab Baal, and then Baal pretty much just finishes this dungeon. Did that get them to us? Yeah, it did!
Greetings.
Baal was such a cool name. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Beggars cannot be choosers. Beggars cannot be choosers. They're doing us a favor. We should be thankful. They're doing us a favor. Just accept. Just be nice. Just make nice conversation. So, how's nursery? I'm just doing the... Oh, there we go. 1, 2, 3. We're all good. I suppose we can do small talk. Small talk works. Right. I found the child. The child's giving cookies for everyone. Oh, good. It's a Girl Scout. Thank you. Oh, it reset. Did it? It might not have reset. It might just be the fact that the guys have respawned. Is that a full reset? Mobs just respawned. Okay, cool. It's not a full reset. It's just a respawn. We're okay. I don't know how, but this is Baal's fault. We can do the jump shortcut, can't we? Potentially. Might I be leader to do ready checks, please? Nocturnal, yes, you can. Promote to leader. No, you do ready checks as much as you want to, mate. The Warlock brought them back because the Warlock is new? Does the Warlock bring the bosses back then? That's the question. I mean, it's more experience and we still need to do it. I guess we'll find out. Right, so we might still just be able to run to the last boss. We'll see what's happening. Not those ones, sorry, these ones. You have a 200-word essay due tomorrow, but you can't stop playing WoW. God, same. I mean, we're doing pretty good as far as pushing through goes. Which way is it? Oh god, they've all respawned. Oh, mobs here, that's a problem. Right, let's just try and... let's try and attack someone for this. You next. We have been doing the dungeon for some time. Okay, Iro, that's fine. We're okay. The crit was only from me using the other thing. The crit was from me using execute. Apologies, don't worry about it, that was fine. We're doing okay. We are doing A-okay. That was a mob that got into a patrol. That was like 3 at once. But we survived. Okay, survived a 3-on-1. That was really good timing. If it's full reset, I might dip. We need to work out if it's the boss there. Where's the first boss? Let's check. We don't want to be doing the bosses. Because if it is a full reset, I completely agree. Looks like all the mobs have reset. If you need to head off, you head off. I think it might have been a full dungeon reset. Somehow. Check the mobs to the right outside the door. Can you use shortcut to the right? Am I tanking? No. But nobody should feel bad about dropping. We have been doing this for 5 hours. That is true, Barl. That is appreciative. Don't want to... No, that's fine. Isana, you go to dinner. You go to dinner. Did you change the party leader? That would have reset it. Only when we were in the dungeon. Not anywhere else. We were inside. Oh, actually, that works. It is not reset, you say. It's not reset because that dude is over there, waiting. Okay, so we now need to grab a tank. So same ID, mobs just respawned. Okay, Barl, do you want to do the dungeon? Do you want to do... Okay, tank, so we need a healer or a DPS? Need a healer, don't we? Need a healer. Who wants to heal Lower Blackrock Spire? Cool. Anyone want to heal Blackrock Spire? Lower Blackrock Spire, sorry. Just chatting to Baal, you know, just seeing what's going on. I can heal if needed. Yes. Get involved. Nocturnal, pass me lead, please. Nocturnal may have just gone to feed the cats. Wispy is free as well. We've also got Smigel, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Right, we'll do Smigel as soon as Nocturne is back. And then I've got 45 minutes until I have a business meeting. Yes, me being big and businessy. Big and important and businessy. Or invite SMA JL. Will you wear a vest to the business meeting? I'm pretty much just going to wear this exact thing. This exact thing. That's my plan. What would I think if they added the bouncer to WoW Classic? I don't think you could make a game that good. I think that would be too good. I think that would win Game of the Year every year until the heat death of the universe. And I feel that would be a little bit... Honestly, we would have peaked. We will need to backtrack to the entrance to summon. Yes. Yes, we will. Which we can't do because we need to fight this way up. Unless we just jump down and out here. This way is easier. Still fights. This gets us out the dungeon. In fact, I don't think we're going to be able to get through within the 40 minutes that I have remaining. So, you guys may need to do this without me. Because I don't think we can make it all the way back through every fight within the time we have. Maybe a purple will drop. Maybe. But I don't know. Ha! Codex, Prayer of Fortitude. Teaches Prayer of Fortitude to a priest. Do we have a priest? We have no priest. Don't know if it's good or not. Oh, if only we had a priest. Well, no, that's fine. I'll greed it, but I can't need it. Right, what I've got to do is I have actually got a business meeting in about 40 minutes that I don't think we can get through to. So... I will be streaming, not tomorrow, I'm off to Manchester because my brother's in a film and I want to go and watch the premiere of it. But I will return on Sunday, so... Give me a second. Right. I will be streaming again on Sunday. I know, go to my... Thanks to the Brothers movie. Yes, he's done really well for it, he deserves it. But I've got to head off slightly earlier because if this business meeting goes well, ooh, could be some good stuff. It could be some, like, really good stuff. Oh, good, Rage is streaming. Rage is streaming and she is unaware that she could be invaded. We should go and say hi to Rage. That's what we should do. Guys, go and say hi to Rage, darling, who is currently streaming with, like... It's like... Okay, she's got 70 people hanging out with her. We should go and give her 1,000 more. That's what we should do. Guys, go and say hi to Rage. Thank you for joining me. It's been fun. I will see you guys either tomorrow or on Sunday. Take care. Good night. God bless.